So he is participating, however, by Zoom. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091*. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized, so I will now call the study session to order. Thank you very much. So, first up, Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager, to give the presentation on C3 in Focus video series.
Actually, I'm going to take that one over, ma'am. So this is something that we've been working for an extended period of time. This is one that's been of an interest from my office, one in which, thank you to Mr. Huntington as well as Mr. Tolbert as well as the community relations staff in bringing forward. You all had brought or had asked the question last year, how could we diversify our communication and branding and marketing of the city, especially the information within our weekend review. So we've taken a step at trying to highlight things in a different format and media platform. So Mr. Huntington, if you'll show them the video of things that will be forthcoming at least twice a month as we go forward.
Hey there, Commerce City. My name is Amin Chabra with the city's Community Relations Division, and this is C3 in Focus, a bi-weekly update of interesting things happening in and around the city. Now, as you can see, I am at Pioneer Park, and over here behind me is Paradise Island, which is currently undergoing some major refurbishment and reconstruction.
Updates include repairs to pipes and infrastructure to keep it running smoothly for years to come. The nearby splash pad is also being revamped with a fun new design that will make it ADA accessible. Across Pioneer Park, all 4 of the ball fields now have brand new scoreboards to provide a better experience for our baseball and softball leagues. These are just the latest in the ongoing efforts from our Parks, Recreation, and Golf Department to make these spaces attractive and fun for our residents.
Our goal with these projects is to make sure that we can provide a sustainable, ongoing facility for the future use of community members. One of the other benefits is that by replacing all the underground piping that has been leaking, is that we will be able to reduce water loss and provide a facility that is sustainable for the future.
Renovations to the pools and splash pad are expected to be complete in time for the regular opening this summer. We head down the road to South Platte Crossing at 72nd and Colorado, where our Community Wellbeing Division continues its outstanding work in serving Commerce City residents. Coming up on January 30th, they are opening their doors for a blood drive in partnership with the American Red Cross. It's also a great opportunity to strengthen the partnership between city staff and the community.
Donating blood saves lives, so we're really excited that we have the opportunity to have the Red Cross here in honor of Blood Donor Awareness Month, which is in January, and just get the community involved. We're also excited to host it at our office because it'll also bring community members in and they can learn about our resources.
It usually takes less than an hour to donate blood, so make sure to check out the information on your screen for time and place, along with how you can get signed up. Also, don't forget about these events happening in and around the city over the next few weeks. And for more information, you can visit our social media channels, which can be found here on screen as well.
This has been C3 in Focus. I'm Amin Chabra. We'll see you next time.
So our first one was released last week. We have one, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago. We have another one that will be coming out this Friday. Both, once again, we are continuing with the weekend review format as what you've seen over the past year, but we're adding an additional opportunity for videos that can be posted on our different platforms, once again, to kind of communicate and make it easier for our general community to be able to understand and take a part of.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions? Councilmember Dukes?
No questions, just a comment around, thanks for putting forth the effort. I know it takes a little bit more time, but having the multimodal approach to helping our community understand what's happening, from the connected to the videos, it helps across the city. So I appreciate the time and effort.
Anyone else? Nope.
You have Councilmember Kim, ma'am, on the screen.
Oh, I see your hand up now. Sorry. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. Echoing what Councilmember Dukes has said too, I really enjoyed watching that video when I first saw it come out. Amin did a great job as far as like basically being specific into those areas that is going on in the city. Really love that aspect of it. While the recap is more of a generalization as far as things are that have happened. I really like this C3 in focus. No real comment on this. I would only request that Amin do them from now on. That's all.
He'll appreciate that. You have very talented people in your offices, though, so I have a feeling you're going to be spreading this around, right?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, but I'll make sure that Amin hears that. But yeah, our goal is to definitely want to feature lots of people, lots of departments, and hopefully just really get a broad swath of lots of different things that are happening. So,
All right, thank you. Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for his presentation. I have enjoyed the look back of what the city has done, especially our council meetings, our regular meetings, and what's been discussed and approved. And it really shows to our community that we are a council in action and a city that provides those gaps. And information-wise, people love information, and they want to participate. And this is a way for them to participate as well, even though they could not participate in person. At least this is a summary, and also looking ahead. So I appreciate everybody's hard work. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask if you have like a calendar ready already of what you are going to feature in the future.
yeah, we're actually, I think our team will just continue to cultivate that and work with departments. And so like, for example, the one that's coming out this week, we're working with Public Works on the project to replace the signs that have the fluorescent bulbs and instead using the highly reflective material. So that's a story that we'll be featuring in this week's. And we want to make sure that, different departments, different types of themes, and even, other organizations, community partners probably get featured throughout the course of this. So we definitely are working on a calendar that will start to build out as some things will be timely based on a date is coming up, and other things will just be as there's an update. We're going to do Calu Park will be featured here in another one here very soon as well. So we're working on always making sure that everything's getting covered. That'll be the goal. So
All right. So if we ever have an idea, we can just
shoot it on over.
shoot it over?
Absolutely.
All right. Great. Well, thank you for the great work and yeah, really, really fun to watch. And I think that it'll give our community an opportunity to get to know different people in the city. And I think that's key. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I think this is a great program, but I'd encourage staff to get with the E470 Authority Board, and they have some more information with the construction of E470 where it's hooking up on the Sable connection. And just a matter of getting a hold of them, and that's something that they have, and they will share it with Commerce City.
Thank you. We can definitely reach out to them.
Thank you. My question is about Spanish translation and captioning, because sometimes I would say most of the time, I don't listen to a video, I read the video. I do the pictures and then read it, so it's not interrupting the room, for example. Do these have that capability?
They do. So the way we have typically posted, and social media can be a little bit of a challenge in terms of making sure that both videos get equal play, since all of the algorithms you can't just post back to back and then everybody sees them both, because that's not really how it works on that. So what we do is that, like this video, for example, had English captions, as you can see here, or, oh, I guess, sorry, we're not on screen anymore. Anyway, this one has English captions, but then there's also another version. So when we post it natively, for example, on the social media channels, we post the English version with a link to the Spanish version, and they both live on YouTube. So we make sure that they're both equally have the captions, and they're both vetted and checked for accuracy and all of that. So we try to make sure that every video has the English captions for exactly the purpose you're talking about. A lot of people listen with sound off, but then there's another version as well with those Spanish captions for accessibility for our Spanish speakers.
Great, great. And as has been noted, the years are not easy to put together. There's a lot of editing and filming going on. So thank you very much for platforming our city so well.
Absolutely, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we will now move to a far more complicated topic than this was. This is the Land Development Code update, and we do have 90 minutes set aside. So I see Heather Vidlock has joined us. She is the planning manager and will give tonight's presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm Heather Vidlock, Planning Manager. Tonight with me is Brian Mambry with Kendig Keast, who is going to be presenting, but I'm going to give you a quick introduction of what we're going to be talking about tonight. So the Land Development Code is the code of regulations that governs how people can use their property and how they develop their property. We're in the midst of an update to that Land Development Code. And this is to modernize the code and implement the comprehensive plan, as well as streamline the regulations and make it more user-friendly. We're going to be presenting to you tonight on modules 1 and 4. Module 1 is the zone districts and the use categories, and module 4 is the development review procedures. Previously, in June of 2024, we presented modules 2 and 3. So those slides are included in the PowerPoint just for your reference, but we won't be going through them unless there's specific questions about modules 2 and 3 tonight. So there are 3 things that we'd like to highlight for you that are changes from the current code, and we'd like your feedback this evening as we go through the presentation. So 1 is a change from use by permits, which are simple changes to the code that are changes to the uses that allow specific identified uses to go to the Board of Adjustment. And though in the new code, those will be limited use permits that would be administrative. Limited use permits are a subset of permitted uses, and they're subject to specific design and operational standards. And that's the reason why they can be administrative. In contrast, conditional use permits, which the council's used to seeing, may have significant impacts to adjacent properties that need to be mitigated. And so those are subject to public hearing before Planning Commission and City Council. The second item that we'd like to highlight for you this evening is the preliminary plat. And that's something Commerce City doesn't currently have, but a lot of other cities use. So a preliminary plat shows the layout of lots, streets, and public spaces, and it also has preliminary engineering associated with it. And that is used to determine compliance with the standards and the feasibility of the design. That would be subject to Planning Commission and City Council. So again, that's something new that we don't currently have in Commerce City. In exchange, we suggest that the final plat, having the option of calling up final plats, that would go away. That causes a lot of uncertainty for the development community because they've done significant engineering design of construction plans by the time they get to final plat. And so the preliminary plat would be in lieu of final plats being able to be called up by council. The third thing we'd like to highlight for you tonight is a new application type, and that's the master development plan. This is for larger development projects, for phase developments, or for mixed-use projects. In residential context, this would show how different filings within that subdivision work together. In a mixed-use context, it would show the layout of streets and block patterns and land uses. And master development plans would be subject to planning commission and city council review. At this time, I'd like to introduce Brian Mambry with Kendig Keast, and he's going to be presenting to you tonight on modules 1 and 4. And this is Brian.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me here. Oh, sorry. I'll start over. Good evening. Thank you for having me here, Council, and thank you, Heather, for teeing me up. Going to go through and, as Heather said, cover modules 1 and 4. I'll stop at semi-midpoint and see what questions you all might have as we go through this this update, and then Heather will take it back with covering next steps. So there are several goals that are part of this project. We've been working on this since November of 2022, so just over 2 years. From the beginning, we've tried to key in on 6 of these 6 goals that are on here on the slide. Modernizing the land development code so that it's more up to contemporary standards. Implementing the policies of your comprehensive plan and other plan documents that the city has. Organizing or reorganizing the land development code so that it's in what we feel as a more contemporary and logical order. Tailoring the standards to achieve what we've found and what we've heard from stakeholders to be quality, resilient outcomes. Streamlining development review process so that an applicant has some predictability if they're submitting an application, especially if it's more of a administrative type application that staff would take final action on, that they know that if they've met all the requirements, submitted all they're supposed to, then they're very likely to get approval and move on to the next step of their project. Also, streamlining and predictability helps with neighbors. When they see something being built, they can have a better idea, down the road, across the street, next door, have a better idea that what's being built is going to be a quality development that's going to be an asset to the neighborhood. And then finally, creating a more user-friendly document using modern conveniences like texts and tables and those kind of things are also on our table as well. So there are 4 modules, as we've kind of mentioned. The contents of each of those is shown on the screen. The first one and the 4th one is what we'll be talking about this evening. That first one lays out the general provisions and the zoning districts of the Land Development Code, lays out land uses and what's permitted where. The second module has to do with parking, landscaping, signs, and other kinds of development standards like that, development and design standards. The third module was subdivision standards, so street layout, sidewalk widths and easement arrangements and things of that nature. And then the 4th module is development review bodies, development review procedures, nonconformities or grandfathering, and sort of all the other things that are sort of toward the back of the LDC. So with module 1, starting off here. Article 1, there are very few real changes to report for Article 1. It's the most sort of often kind of boilerplate. It has purpose statements laid out in it of what the purpose of the LDC is and why it's being adopted. We did add or rework some of the severability provisions, which is, again, kind of a legal procedure that talks about if the part of the LDC were declared invalid by court, then that doesn't invalidate the whole land development code, just that one part. We also put in an effective date, well, more like a placeholder for that effective date for when it is adopted, and then it would go into effect usually either the next day or a month later or a few weeks later. That's going to be something that you all will end up needing to decide on at a later date. Article 2, that is much more substantial than Article 1. There are several changes in Article 2, reconfiguring the zoning districts, many of them to implement the character districts of the comprehensive plan, the new comprehensive plan, as well as creating sort of a more streamlined and more readable use table or land use matrix, as we say here, putting in development standards related to each of the zoning districts, whether it's setbacks or building heights or densities or open space percentages. All of those things are summarized in Article 2 as well. Then we also lay out a new concept for this land development code, building types. Single-family detached, single-family attached, or duplexes, flex buildings, mixed-use buildings, all types of building types, and show where they go in the different, or where they are allowed in the different zoning districts. This is an excerpt from the Land Development Code, and I know that's small print, but the point is to show you the different districts as they are proposed, sort of in that center column there. They are laid out and they are sort of connected to the character districts in the comprehensive plan, which are on the left. So if someone had a property that's in the community connection character district from the comprehensive plan, then that area of the future land use map in the comp plan sort of recommends the residential village district or the RV district. Same goes for like central neighborhood, and there's 2 or 3 districts that line up with that area from the future land use map. So this table is pretty handy for many people who are into this kind of thing, and we think it is helpful because it's something that the current LDC doesn't really get into. These are all half of all the different new or reworked or proposed zoning districts, and I'm definitely not going to read through all the purpose statements, but this, for your reference, if you ever want to look at it from your packets, lays out the purpose statements for each of the zoning districts. So, you know, residential estate, it describes what the residential estate accomplishes, what the character that it creates is, which is primarily reserved for very low density detached residential developments with an optional accessory dwelling unit. Or the industrial airport, there closer to the bottom, is large floor area buildings with heavy truck traffic and things of that nature that you'd expect in a more of a industrial district. And they continue on the second slide as well with more of the purpose statements for each of the zone districts in the LDC. There are tables, and again, we make a lot of use of tables and images in our work, and in this one in particular. This shows the different zoning districts and a little kind of sketch, which we have bigger versions of later in the code, showing the kind of outcomes that are to be expected from each of these districts when they're developed out. Each district then has some sort of what we call development options within them that allow for different amounts of densities and different amounts of amenity space or open space percentages. And I'll get into a few of those descriptions a little later, but suffice it to say that the more, generally speaking, the more open space that a developer dedicates in a subdivision, for example, where it shows RE, again, the residential estate, one option has a density of basically 0.85 units per acre, so a little less than 1 unit per acre, and only a 10% open space requirement that applies to the whole subdivision. The next option underneath that, still within the residential estate district, is 1.25 units per acre, so a higher density, but also along with that comes more open space that's required, 30% rather than the 10%. So it's a back and forth of you give more open space and an amenity space, then you get a little more density to make it worthwhile. On the right table are various building types, residential building types, and what district those are allowed in. And each of those building types has standards that go along with it to create the design of that particular type of building. Here's two screenshots or screenshots from the Land Development Code showing just a sample layout of 2 different districts. On the left is the residential village, and on the right is the single-family detached. Again, showing different layouts and options of what the standards of these districts would produce when they're developed. and then some details there, and then at the bottom, some references to other parts of the land development code that we want to be sure that the reader notices so they don't get missed. Just like with the residential districts, each of the non-residential districts has this type of table that shows the sketch of what the development type looks like when it would be built, and then the different amounts of floor area ratios, which is a technical term, but basically the bulk of the buildings that are allowed, the amounts of open space, the densities where these allow residential uses, all just sort of summarized together. And then again, on the right is the non-residential building types and what districts those are allowed in. This is getting in a little closer into the building types that are in the draft. This is quite a leap from what you currently have as far as just illustrations and visuals in your current land development code. Each of the building types has standards for building height, setbacks, lot coverage. All of these things are laid out in the tables that you see so that they're in one spot and relatively easy to find. I mentioned open and amenity space earlier. Each of the districts, or most of the districts, have an open or amenity space requirement, and that is open and amenity space is sort of an expansion of what we normally think of as just sort of parkland or natural open area. It expands on that and allows for more than just those types of open areas. We've got enhanced parking lot landscaping, which is going above and beyond the parking lot landscaping requirements that are in the LDC, going above and beyond with foundation plantings near the base of a building, going above and beyond with stormwater management and using more natural types of low-impact development stormwater management. Then other types of open space and amenity space when we get to like plazas and squares and courtyards. Those are more sort of urbanized than what you would see in like natural areas that are set aside in a more suburban context. So as I said, each of the districts has an open space or amenity space requirement. In the sample up there, this happens to be ranging from 5% to 25%, and that's for the entire subdivision. This isn't based on like singular lots in the development. That's for the entire subdivision to sort of share. This is sort of a rehash of what was on the previous screen, so I'll go past that. Article 3 has a lot of provisions in it related to land use. So the previous article was about dimensional standards of setbacks and building heights and amenity space percentages. This is about the standards related to land use, so offices or, as I'm looking at the screen there, animal tracks or country clubs. Many of those land uses have standards that are tied to them. We use what are called use categories, and there's one excerpt of one of the use category tables there that happens to be for outdoor recreation. We provide what the characteristics are of that particular use category, list out the primary uses that make up that use category, list out the accessory uses that are associated with those primary uses, and then even on the far right of the table lists primary uses that seem like they might be part of that use category to a person, but are actually part of a different one, and it directs you to what use category that is a part of. There are allowances in here for the director to interpret similar uses. So if 5 years from now, if someone comes up to the counter and wants to do a certain land use that we didn't think of when we were drafting this, something brand new, then there is guidance in the draft LDC to guide the director through to making an interpretation for a new use that might come about. Another benefit of use categories is to make the use table shorter. So on the left is the actual use table that shows where all the different land uses are allowed and in what districts. For, again, outdoor recreation, all of those land uses that make up that use category just get one row on that land use table, and it helps to make it much shorter than pages and pages and pages of listings of uses in the use table. Something that Heather mentioned in her introduction was the working on the conversion of use by permit to limited uses. And so I wanted to spend a slide to talk about that. So you have, like almost all codes, you have uses that are allowed by right and uses that are conditional uses. And then sort of in the middle of that, in between on that spectrum, you have uses by permit. So uses that are allowed by right, don't have any special standards related to them. They don't require any kind of hearing. They're just allowed to take place as long as you meet like the landscaping and parking and dimensional requirements and all of that. That's not changing. Again, conditional uses on the other end of the spectrum are what many cities have, where they go through a public hearing and review process. They eventually come to city council for ultimate approval. That is not proposed to change either as far as city council having final action. One thing that would be proposed to change to that is currently that approval is not tied to the land, and it is much more common, we see nationwide, to tie that approval to the property itself as opposed to the owner that is running whatever kind of business it is that required the conditional use permit. But in the middle, there's the use by permit. And those currently in your current land development code, there's several land uses that are considered uses by permit, but some of them don't have any standards. And so that leaves it sort of in a gray area. They currently require Board of Adjustment approval. And again, they're not tied to the land. A change we propose to make is to call those limited uses, and that's just a little bit more of a common term we see all over. So it could be helpful here as well to at least change the terminology. We've also provided standards for all limited uses. An example of a limited use is a dog park. In certain districts, there are standards related to like the location of it, where it can be located in relation to residential property, waste management, trash cans, size, fencing, things like that, that have to be in place or proposed on a design, on a site development plan in order for this dog park to be approved by staff. And so that's a key part of it, approval by staff. We would propose to make these administratively approvable rather than requiring them to go to the Board of Adjustment as they sort of currently do in their use by permit version. This helps in several ways, but it makes, again, with the streamlining and the predictability, an applicant has an idea that if they're complying with these rules in black and white about a dog park, for example, then they are very likely to get administrative approval if they've crossed all their T's and dotted all their I's. And so we use this many places, and it seems to be something that many places like. So that is something that's in the draft that Heather mentioned that's new. The use table, I've kind of gone into this there as an excerpt from it. There's permitted uses, again, limited uses that we're proposing, conditional uses, and then the dashes in the use table are those uses that are prohibited in that particular zoning district. There's a lot of red line edits in the draft that you will eventually see. Many times when they're stricken, that means that's language that's proposed to be removed that's existing from the existing land development code. When it's underlined, that means it's proposed to be added. And then when it's just plain text, that means that was part of your existing regulations. So there's changes that range from just cleanup to existing standards, to adding new standards, to removing certain ones because maybe they're covered elsewhere. So that's sort of the range of changes that you would find in this entire document. There's a few more types of use regulations before I pause here. Related to accessory uses, we've got standards for that. So if it's accessory dwelling units or sheds or those kind of things. Temporary uses like community events, farmers markets, fairs, all of those things have standards tied to them and are allowed in certain districts. We've sort of cleaned up your wireless telecommunication standards, but no substantive changes to those. And again, as I mentioned, added guidance for the director to deal with new and unlisted uses. We also added, as I see there at the bottom, some standards and provisions for age-restricted retail. So that would be like vape shops or other things like that that some people might have concerns about. So there's some separation requirements in the draft for those types of uses. So that's where I was going to pause. I'll back up one and see if you had any thoughts so far or comments or questions.
Councilmember Chacon?
I had a quick one, actually, because I was just looking at the Article 3 section. What's zoning for a hospital?
The zoning for a hospital, like what districts it would be allowed in?
Yes.
I will let you know.
I just didn't see one on there for healthcare services. I think that was section Article.
Yeah, that would be, yes, ma'am, that would be Article 3. So that is part of medical facilities, and so it is a conditional use in the C2 district, which is, I believe, an existing district for you all, and it's a conditional use in the I1 district, the Industrial 1 district.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Well, thanks for the presentation, and I wonder if you could give, like, there's a lot of content, a lot of information there, which is fantastic. But can you give like a high-level summary of like, with these changes, especially with the use regulations and some of the packets we talked about, it could speed up our process, it could decrease bureaucracy in some ways. Could you give a high level of overview of like, with these changes, we're moving from as a city, from here to where? Like more modernized, more updated? Can you kind of give a blanket?
Yes, so, I mean, you've kind of said it, but I'll try to elaborate on that. This is a more, I would say, more contemporary approach, more best practice approach to evolve approvals to staff where appropriate. I mean, an annexation or a rezoning will never be staff level. That'll always come to you all. But having clear, articulate, concise standards related to different land uses, like these limited uses. And if they meet it, great, go to the next step. If they don't, then they basically can't. They need to meet the rules in order to be able to proceed forward for like whatever this particular use is that you're that someone's considering establishing. And again, it's sort of a way for the public to not rely so much on the public hearing process to protect their property and their investment, but to rely on the clearly written black and white rules of the Land Development Code to protect their neighborhood and their investment in their property.
And thank you. And when I think about this with our, with our community and also with our staff itself, and you said things that like this makes it more predictable.
Yeah.
This increases consistency. And then what I'm hearing also is less volatile for us as a council, as a city, where it's predictable. Like we know everyone knows what to expect. It's not based on one public hearing or two public hearings. How does that help, like when in your experience with other cities' staff? Like how does it help a city staff?
Yeah, well, it does have them on the positive side do what might feel like busy work and paperwork as far as getting notices together and preparing, not that it's busy work, maybe I shouldn't put it that way, but doing work for, let's say it's a variance that everybody knows is going to get approved except the applicant. They're never done this before, they're scared, they've never come before the Board of Adjustment, but everybody kind of knows this is probably a slam dunk for them. It just doesn't, when there's more administrative approval of certain things, it doesn't put, and it's friendly to an applicant, especially a novice kind of applicant like that, who kind of doesn't know what's going on really, and is, helps with that if staff is making that decision rather than having to come to like a scary, public hearing. That's one part of it. For staff also, though, there could be, more looking at these specific uses, these specific limited uses, and making sure that it complies, with the standards. What's being submitted on like a site development plan is complying with the specific standards for that use. That would be probably happening a little more or more, I would say. But often the trade-off seems to be worth it in the fact of the fewer public hearing items. We've had places who have reported back to us a year later that their public hearing, the number of public hearings they've had to have has gone down, and that was to them a good thing, a selling point, because it's just more administrative approval and more streamlining of applications.
And then my last question is, you mentioned that we still have the same level of oversight and accountability in terms of, like, if there's a PUD change requirement, it's going to come to council. If there's a conditional use permit for a specific, that it'll still come. Can you share more about what that looks like in terms of oversight?
Well, it would still, well, for one thing, we filled in a few gaps for number 3 there in the yellow box. For your conditional uses, there weren't always standards provided for all of the conditional uses. And so one change we made with our conditional uses on our draft is that there's at least kind of general standards provided for all conditional uses. There's not that gray area where it's like, well, what is the standard for this? So that would, that's an improvement, we think, but the overall big picture of conditional uses is the process stays the same. It's still the same type of notice required, the same steps in the public hearing. You all still have final say.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to use the clock for us on this so we can rotate our questions more. So Mayor Douglas, I'm using my timer this time. Are you prepared for that? 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And then
Yes, I am.
I'll rotate around.
Okay, I appreciate that. Sir, I didn't get your name and your title.
Brian Mabry, and I'm Vice President of Kendig Keys Collaborative.
Okay, thank you. I noticed as far as like the different types of zoning districts, mixed use has been an issue in our city the last few years. Could you explain what this will do as far as mixed use, and explain what mixed use is with this
Yes.
new zoning change?
Yes. Let me think of a good place to start. And I know I'm under a time.
You're not.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to be respectful still. There is on your in your comprehensive plan on your future land use map. I'm trying to get to the right slide. I'm sorry. There was areas recommended to be part of, to have more mixed-use development. And most cities, that is sort of on trend for what places are looking for is mixed-use development. And how I'll describe that is by going to the image of the mixed-use building there, which, again, these are illustrations from the code. It's not any particular site in town that this is proposed for, just to make that 100% clear. This is just illustrations of a mixed-use building. And what that looks like is to have non-residential uses, whether it's restaurants or retail, sometimes office on the first floor, but definitely the more active kinds of non-residential uses that draw people, that cause, make people kind of interested, that make for a pleasant pedestrian experience if they have like display windows and things like that, to have that on the first floor, and then above it to have either offices or even more so residential uses, apartment units basically, or could be condo units as well. That is called vertical mixed use, and then there's also horizontal mixed use, which I don't necessarily have an image of, but that's where and it's much more common right now than those types of buildings, but it's where there's a development and there is non-residential, office, residential, sort of in a coordinated, connected and linked together design, where they're not on top of each other like vertical, but they're horizontal from one another. There's a lot of benefits to this. It makes for generally just a more pleasant urban environment, but it also creates more taxable value per square foot than like single use, than just a plain shopping center or just an office complex. There's those kind of benefits as well to mixed use development.
I appreciate that. I see a lot of those buildings in downtown Denver. Now, you haven't got to design standards yet, right?
Well, those are more by design standards. If you mean signs, landscaping, parking, that was in. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I mean, new building material standards.
That's also part of Module 2, which we have slides for and we could go to. But those aren't in Module 1 or 4. But there are in the draft standards for building materials and percentages of how much materials can be on the facade of a building. Yes.
All right. Yeah, because I would love to see would not like to see vinyl siding and go with more upscale. You know, that's what we need to do in our city is have better permitted materials. That way there is no issues. And then the setbacks, is there any setbacks? Because when we have buildings that are close together, you know, you talk about fire retention, things like that, sprinkler systems in some of our systems. So is there going to be a setbacks as well?
Yes, each of the building types have setbacks related to the front, side, and rear, and also even on a corner, the street side. There are setbacks for all of those scenarios.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I have questions also. So I'm just resetting my timer here. Okay. So I looked at the floor area ratio, and it appears in actually leaving this picture up is useful.
Okay.
Because the floor area ratio appears to allow 12 times more intensity. I call it intensity, 12 times the size. And in addition, there's several under R1, R2, RV. There are open space minimums that are 0 or 5%, which is not what I think our residents are looking for. They don't want that kind of urban density. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the 2 areas. Tennyson, where these huge apartment buildings are built up to the sidewalk of Tennyson in what used to be a beautiful community, and it is virtually ruined now because of what has been developed. And the other would be the Gates Rubber Company conversion to apartment buildings. There isn't even a place to really walk your dog. There's no parks, no nothing. There is 0 open space. So I wouldn't be supportive of 0 open space. And how do we get that changed? Because I'm not comfortable moving forward with this draft when it's written the way it is.
Okay, yes, I can comment on that one. For the 0 open space, I believe that the intent for that was, and everything is a draft, of course, until you all adopt it, and even after you adopt it, it's changeable through the right process. The 0% open space was intended for existing areas, existing neighborhoods, I would say, that sort of were already lacking in open space, but we can definitely bump those up to something more meaningful and adjust the density a little bit, and that won't be a problem if that's a concern that is important.
It is for me, because people need gathering spaces, and especially outdoors, given this is Colorado. Where's the opportunity for neighbors, for people in the community? Where do they fall into the process when they're able to speak out in the development process? Or am I too early on that question? Because I see master development plan is coming up at some point. Is that in the next module?
Yes, so in Module 4, is the development review procedures, and there are the normal opportunities when a rezoning comes along, or a conditional use permit or a variance, anything that requires a public hearing, the public can come in and obviously weigh in on, as you all know. We do not have in there right now, I don't believe, and sometimes we have, in other projects, have worked in what's called a neighborhood meeting for like large proposals, large rezonings, where the applicant, and again, this isn't in the draft, I'm just kind of telling you something we've done before other places. The applicant would have to hold what we call a neighborhood meeting in the vicinity of the subject property that they're looking at doing something with. And this is before they submit anything.
Right.
And they would propose, kind of show a dog and pony show of what they propose to do, whether it's a rezoning or a PUD or whatever, and have to kind of take comments. They don't necessarily have to make any changes, but they do have to hear what the attendees have to say, and they have the opportunity then to work in any changes to the design based on those concerns before they submit it, to go through the process. That's something we can consider if you all would want to go that direction, but right now that's not in the draft.
That does seem important.
Yeah.
I had one final note, and then we can get back to it.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you mind if I add to his answer?
Oh, could I come back to it later? Because I really want this
Yeah.
discussed, which is that the land development code, what is its applicability to existing PUDs that have not been built?
That's a very key question, and that's going to be a decision to make eventually, that we would want to probably, definitely want to hear from you all as to what your thoughts are. Generally speaking, and it can go different ways, but in most of our projects, I'll say that planned developments that exist that haven't been built yet continue on for a given period of time with the ability to go ahead and get going. That period might be 2 years. That period could vary unless there's a statute related to, timing on that. Sometimes PUDs, a city will say, well, our new districts and our new land development code are so versatile and efficient and all-encompassing that we believe that the PUD should be converted over to its most similar base district. There's options. There's no one set. I guess the most common thing is the first scenario I mentioned, but there's different ways of handling that.
Yep.
Okay, my time is up, but if you would like to answer, sure.
Yeah, so on that second question, that's something that we still have to figure out. So the first step is drafting the code and getting the code adopted. But then the second big step, and it's almost a project in its own, is how do we roll out the code? How do we make it applicable across the city? We can do it all at once. We can do it in phases. But when it comes to PUDs, one of the things we have to figure out is what makes sense for the community. There are some PUDs that have vested rights, which means the city can't change the zoning until that period expires. And so we have to live with those PUDs. There are PUDs that are built out. And so that might be a decision point where we just say, you know what, if the PUD is built out, we want to convert it to our conventional zoning under the new code. And we work with the property owners to convert that PUD to a standard zone district. And then there are PUDs in development, which in some cases it might make sense, it might be beneficial for the developer to convert to the new code voluntarily, or the city incentivize that option, or the city say, no, you have to convert to the new code. So it's a question of implementation, and there are pros and cons to a lot of these different approaches, and we want to take a closer look and have a much more intentional conversation with both Planning Commission and City Council when we get closer to the adoption of the code of how we might approach those. But that's a great question. It's something that we're trying to set up this new code to eventually replace PUDs, and in order to do that, we have to take into account all the different variations that are going on in the community under those PUD zone documents. But we think we have a good framework that we're starting off with that will make that conversion easier than harder. And that's what we're working towards with the draft of this code.
And before I call on Councilmember Dukes, I just want to make sure that everybody in round one who wanted to speak got an opportunity to speak. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So I heard a lot of administrative approval. And what I've heard from the community is they don't like that. That it seems like projects get pushed through administratively without input from the community as to what they would like to see their community become. And so if we adopt this, then there will be more administrative approval. And it also doesn't sound like things will be subject to interpretation, because when I've done hearings, I've noticed that my interpretation of the language can be different than others. So how is this going to be beneficial for our community, knowing that that's the culture here?
Well, we try to, when we draft codes, to use clear, precise, and sort of plain English type of language, so that it's more easy to understand for a layperson than your typical or your older style land development codes. So trying to help with that in terms of interpretation and understanding, having a ton of, like, there's a lot of definitions in the draft land development code, because basically every land use is defined. And so that is another step, I think, to more clarity and understanding when it comes to interpretation. Any decision of the director or building official or other administrative bodies is appealable to the Board of Adjustment. And we definitely don't want to give the Board of Adjustment suddenly a lot of work, because I know that your Board of Adjustment doesn't have to meet very often, and that's a good thing, because the more often your Board of Adjustment has to meet, that might be a sign of some problems on your code. But the decisions on the administrative level are appealable to that body. And so I guess the third thing I would say is that speaks to just the need for as much community involvement as can happen while the UDC or the LDC is being drafted, so that they're aware that this is the direction that thus far the draft is going in, and they know that their thoughts are important, so that we can, on paper in black and white, get the standards right, so that the outcomes are, meet their approval and are an asset to the community. So that's some of the thoughts I had on that.
Who would call for an appeal? Who would be able
Well,
to
it's
call for an appeal?
when there's an appeal, it's any aggrieved party. So it's whether something got approved and someone didn't like it that it was approved, or something was denied and someone didn't like it that it was denied.
So anyone could call for an appeal, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Anyone could call for an appeal?
The way I understand it as a non-attorney, and as someone who can appeal, is any aggrieved is usually the term used.
Aggrieved.
Per party.
And one more thing, could you explain vested rights just a little bit more? You said there was also a deadline or a limitation?
Well, I think that needs to be worked through more, and especially talked through with staff more. But generally speaking, and Colorado has pretty specific material and statutes about vested rights, but it's the ability to, once you've gotten approval for a project in terms of like the zoning, the bigger picture things, the ability to continue through with that project to completion, even if rules change during that process of working on the development and bringing it to completion.
Thank you.
Yes.
May I just clarify, so the aggrieved party issue, right, Councilwoman Douglas, just to make sure that you heard. heard this. I mean, it would largely depend on how we draft it in the LDC, but generally speaking, an aggrieved party does not mean anyone that disagrees with the decision that's made. It's typically understood that it's someone that has been harmed or injured by a decision. So the appeal rights would be a party that is harmed by it or injured by a decision, not anyone that disagrees with it. Just want to clarify that.
If they could justify harm, could they not then?
Certainly, if you could justify harm, yes. Harm on them, or yes.
That's subject to interpretation as well?
It certainly is, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I just want to be clear that, I'm okay with this plan as drafted. Also knowing that there's going to be additional public stakeholder feedback. And I would recommend us not editing this or changing this until we get additional feedback from the community. Because I've also heard from our community that we're okay with light density. If there's a means to an end for we have more gathering spaces, more retail, and more amenities. And so I want to make sure we hear that clearly before we provide any suggested changes to you so that we can get the public impact. And my understanding, can you explain that next process? Because we're going to have a joint session, public feedback, public session with our planning commission and others, right? Is that correct?
Correct. Next steps, and we'll get to the development procedures next, but for tonight. But next steps after tonight is we'll be going to planning commission with a similar presentation tomorrow night to keep them up to speed so that council and the planning commission have the same information. We do have a public open house on Wednesday.
Okay.
And then we have a tentative date in April for a joint study session with City Council and Planning Commission. We hope to have by then a public draft, and so launching a public website and getting a public draft available so that we can do more public outreach to the residents, to the businesses, to the development community, and to our public agencies that we partner with.
Thank you, because I just want to be abundantly clear. I wouldn't want you to make any changes to this unless as a body we agree on all the changes, because we all have one voice and we represent different parts of our community. So I just want to put that out there and make sure we're clear on that.
All right, I have another question then. Where do you have bulk standards?
So I guess for the term bulk, I think of the height and the FAR and the setbacks sort of being the three things that come together for bulk standards. So they are part of each of the, like I happen to have the slide up still, where those are addressed for this particular building type, which is the mixed-use building type.
Okay, so I can suggest to people that they can see a pretty good example of what can happen at Landmark and 104th is an apartment building. And that apartment building doesn't match with the agreed to setback. It was approved administratively without the appropriate setback. So it's actually closer to the curb. Next time you're driving down 104th, take a look at that apartment building. It's closer to the curb. Every other, all the way down 104th, there was not all the way down, for the reunion portion, there was a PUD with a particular setback. And you can see that. You can see where the apartments are, the condos are set back. You can see where the homes are set back. You can see where the duplexes are set back. But the apartment building is not set back to that same distance. I understand that that was a mistake, but nevertheless, it will give you a good idea of what it looks like to have large buildings looming over the street, if you will. Also with bulk that matters is when the exterior is like layered, if you will, in and out, so that it's not like a prison, right? And does that have a place in the land development code?
Yes, that does. In the like exterior building design standards, there are rules for what's called articulation that has to do with visual interest, basically, to the exterior of the building. And there's one more part of bulk, if I could throw it in, that might help as well. Many of the buildings standards have what are called step back height restrictions, which is when it's up closer to the street, maybe not right exactly on the street, but the part of the building that's most visible from a street can be a maximum of a certain height, let's say 2 stories. But then further back, it can get higher, so it's not as imposing on the street frontage as if it had been, 10 stories right there. It's 2 stories, then it goes back however many 100 feet or whatever the number is, and can get higher then after that. So that's another help with bulk.
Do we include anything on view sheds?
View sheds, not currently, no. There is.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, please feel free to go on to modular 4. Oh, did you have a question? No, Mayor Douglas had. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Douglas did.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, no, we're timeline on this. I think when these come up as far as zoning, we need to allow more time because this is really complex. Because we're changing building types. We have cottage courts, green courts, tiny homes, and we don't really have time to get into this. But what's the zoning for senior housing? Because you look at a community and you're going to go senior housing, those should be just all on a single story. No 2 stories should be allowed in 55 and up community, because that right there, why people are moving into an area, it would be because it's more accessible. And having two layers to a house is not feasible as you get older. And as you know, when you buy a home, that's a huge investment. And to have to look, your lifestyle might change because of an accident or so. And now you have a home that has 2 stories and you can't use it. Can't use the upper story. So I would think that would be different types of building types. Can you explain where would senior housing fit into one of these building types?
Yes. Well, there's not a required, I don't believe, maybe the mixed-use building might, but something like multifamily, I don't believe would be required to have 2 stories. If it were going to be used as senior housing specifically, and it were to be designed for that, then there is not a, and if there is, we'll look at fixing it, but there should not be a requirement that an apartment be 2 stories, or more. That would be, usually there's limits on the maximum height that a building can be. But in many situations in this draft, there's not going to be a situation where there's a mandated minimum height of, like, say, 2 stories.
Right. No, I'm not asking for 2 stories. I'm just saying that there should be a minimum. I mean, the standard, if you're building 55 and up community, it should be just ranches. There should be 2 stories.
Okay. We'll work that in some way. I'll talk with staff about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And it, as has been pointed out, this is evolving.
Mm-hmm.
So it is an opportunity for us to express our opinions on what our concerns are and what we would like to see. That doesn't mean that we're voting at this point, but it is certainly something to take a look at. So thank you very much. Okay, I think now we're ready to move to modular 4.
Yes. So the final kind of third of this, it covers module 4. So again, this has the development review bodies, the review procedures, development fees, nonconformities or grandfathering, enforcement and violations, and word usage, which covers a bunch of things, but mainly definitions, acronyms, abbreviations. And Article 7 is really the one that has changed the most. The other ones, the other articles are relatively similar to what you already have. So this sort of breaks down the contents of those 4 articles, and I've kind of gone into that already when I was teeing this module up. Each review body, the different review procedures that go along, whether it's bigger picture ones like annexations and rezonings, down to really small scale approvals like sign permits. Those are all covered, and everything in between in the review procedures. Nonconformities set rules for whether it's structures, uses, lots, or various other things that were established within the rules of their time, but over time, rules have changed to where they no longer comply with the rules. So how those are treated and what kind of constraints or requirements are put on them as far as future expansions. And then again, enforcement and violations are part of this module. So Article 6 lays out, or at least references in the charter and the municipal code, the different review bodies. Those are all, and there's sort of a dividing line about almost halfway down between elected and appointed officials. So council, Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, and Building Board of Appeals are all elected or appointed, and then the ones that follow it are like staff level review bodies. For the review procedures, which is again the article that had the most changes related to it, consolidating elements together into what we call common review procedures. So we don't, basically it's to avoid repetition. The more you repeat, we found in a land development code, the more you repeat the same information from like one section to the other as far as notification requirements maybe, the more likely it is that you're going to have an error at some point where you are inconsistent. And that can be a problem when, legally to have inconsistencies in a land development code. And so consolidating like information together, so it's said once and not repeated, is a part of Article 7's work that we did. And again, that's less chance for duplication and any inconsistencies when you do it like that. Having clear criteria for decision makers. Again, this is important if there's more administrative decision making, then having clear standards and clear criteria for justifying those changes so that a staff person can say, does this proposal comply with the relevant provisions of the comprehensive plan? Yes. Does it meet with? Is it generally in fitting with the character of the surrounding areas? Yes or no, and so forth, so that there's clear criteria for decision makers, and even for elected and appointed decision makers as well. Administrative decision making and clarifying roles and procedures and having cross references in there. When this is adopted and online, it'll be sort of in a native to the internet format where it will have clickable cross references. So instead of a static PDF, like many places have, this will be a website in itself where if it says refer to section 3.5 landscaping, then you click that and it takes you to the landscaping section. And there's other features like that that tend to make this a more user-friendly and readable document. This is where we're getting into the concept of some of administrative approval again, and also with the preliminary plat concept, bringing that in as well, where there would be, and I'll go to the next slide to help kind of talk about that. So one of the key parts of Article 7 is a development review summary table that you see there. It takes each of the review procedures, whether it's annexation, rezoning, a text amendment, PUD, all the way down to, again, like sign permits, and shows at a glance and summarized key information about each of those procedures. So it shows, the name of the application. So in this case, conditional use permit, that's what's circled up there. And so we do have, I'm sorry, it slipped my mind that we do have some provisions for neighborhood meetings in here, which I was describing earlier about the opportunity for people to weigh in advance. There's like a diamond there or a circle it is, if a pre-application meeting with staff and a neighborhood meeting is required or not. And there's rules in detail about that later on, but this kind of summarizes things. The next column shows who makes a recommendation for that request. So in the case of a conditional use permit, the director and the development review team review it. And, that goes into the staff report that goes to the Planning Commission. They hold their public hearing and, as you know, make a recommendation to you all. So they're in the recommendation column. Then in the final action column is who makes the final decision. And for all of these, as I said earlier, it's CC, City Council, for all of them. And the brackets mean that that decision requires a public hearing. In the next column is MP or S. That stands for mailed, posted, or sorry, the S is escaping me, but there's 3 forms of notification: mailing out, posting it, or signs. Yes, posting it like for public notice. Sorry about that. So each of those procedures has those 3 options in it, or not options, but requirements in it of how it's to be noticed. The second to last column is the expiration. That shows when, if the conditional use permit is approved, but they never establish that conditional use, then it expires in a certain amount of time. And then finally, that farthest to the right column is a cross-reference over to the conditional use standards. This is the procedures for the conditional use. That points over to the standards. So it's trying to summarize, again, in one look, the key points of all of the different development review applications. A big part of this that we're proposing, as Heather mentioned earlier, is to have preliminary plats. Those are very common other places, and those are where someone realizes they want to subdivide a property. They put together a preliminary plat that doesn't have as great of a detail as the final plat, but it shows all the key information: the lot, locations, streets, street alignments, easements, open and amenity space, and it comes forward to Planning Commission and to you all for final action. And then, as we've proposed in the draft, the final plat that the applicant has to kind of do a lot of investment of money on to get the drawings and the designs right, and the construction plans and all of that together. If it meets and complies with the approved preliminary plat, then we would propose to have that be staff approvable, that final plat. Many times when a plat has to come before, especially a final plat, has to come before a body like the Planning Commission or like you all, it kind of sets the public up that they could, comment on it and give their input, when really a plat is supposed to be approved if it meets all the written rules in the Land Development Code. And so, that can, unintentionally mislead the public in a sense. So that's what we're proposing. Preliminary plat goes all the way through to you all, but then final plat would be an administrative approval or denial, especially if it complies with the approved preliminary plat. For development fee provisions, these are, you kind of think of them as somewhat like impact fees. These were mostly untouched, except you did some updating in 2023, and now those align with that. We had started in 2022, and we were using the old language pre-2023 ordinances for these fees, and so it's been brought to our attention that they were updated in 2023. So now the updates are in there based on the newest provisions. For nonconformities, again, these are like grandfathering, as many people would think of it. One of the key differences I would point out is major and minor nonconformities for uses and structures. And this is a concept where many times if a property is, it's kind of a stigma, maybe you could think of it, to have the nonconforming status on it when it comes to financing or even insurance. And so we've proposed a process where a property, if it's deemed nonconforming, and there's several criteria within the LDC of what makes a property nonconforming, it can go through the process of getting a conditional use permit and be deemed through that process conforming. And that is, again, trying to help with reinvestment of people's properties so that they can more easily get financing and more easily get insurance without having a non-conforming status on that property. This is, as a CUP, as a conditional use permit, it would do the normal process of going to the Planning Commission and coming to you all for final decision on that minor nonconformity. For enforcement violations and and remedies in Article 10, mostly, as the red letters say, mostly carried over, no changes. This is a very legalistic article that we've pretty much, unless we hear differently from staff, we would just leave it as it is. Finally, word usage, the final article has what's called rules of construction, where we say what we mean by shall versus may, or and versus or. If we say something has to be approved or acted on within 10 days, then we say that's calendar days, not work days. It deals with rounding of numbers, so that if 10.5 parking spaces are required, then what that means generally to round up. So that's all laid out, and then of course the definitions for various terms are laid out in this article as well. And that will be the last of my.
Brian, can you go through the master development plan?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I thought I was forgetting something. The other brand new thing in the Article 7 is a master development plan, and this is something that would go to Planning Commission and to you all. And it is for large projects that are proposed to be, and there's a definition of what we mean by large, but several phases within like a development, if it has several phases, or if it's a mixed-use development, then the design and the mix of uses and all of that needs to be really right. And so we're not just leaving that up to staff approval. We are proposing that it be and it would end up looking sort of like a bubble plan you might have seen before, where there are general land uses, that are proposed in this area, a thoroughfare coming this way, open space or amenity space here. It's sort of a conceptual, but a little more than conceptual layout of what this larger development would look like. And it goes through the process of staff, Planning Commission, and you all. And there's standards that it has to, live up to as far as design and mix of uses, mix of housing types, and things of that nature. That's a new part of this document as well. And that wraps up my part.
All right, questions on this portion? Okay, I have questions. I noticed under common review procedures, the slide does mention neighborhood meetings.
Yes.
So are there neighborhood meetings or are there not neighborhood?
There are in the draft, and as I was talking through earlier, I was not recalling if that was in the draft or not, but it works the way I described it, where in advance, before they submit, an applicant would, and it's only for certain ones, as you can see, it wouldn't apply to a text amendment, that kind of wouldn't make sense, but if you went further down when it gets to more minor approvals, then there's not a dot there showing that is required. But the process is laid out of taking attendance, taking notes, submitting the attendance and the notes along with the application, and that type of thing.
All right, great. And then I also noticed as one of the goals was more administrative approvals, more than currently exist, and Councilmember Douglas raised this. My question, though, is how does this work when we have character areas such as a character area that is on the scale of the neighborhood character area in the north? I just don't see how anyone buying a home would have any certainty about what's going to be next door to them. This is written for developers and landowners, but I don't see where a homeowner, a new homeowner, or someone looking for a home has any idea what's going to be near them.
Well, I guess I would say that it remains that the big ticket items in the draft continue to go to you all. They would be notified when something is proposed within their notification area, or if they look at the website, they could see that something is being proposed near them. It's just trying to have, concise and articulate standards that staff can lean on for the mid-size or smaller ticket items, I would say, to be sure that, what gets developed is quality, and that means having detailed standards written out.
Yeah. Well, if you have 12 times the intensity and you have, a huge building coming in next door to you wouldn't, how do you know that if you're in a character area that is as large as the character areas we don't have? So we don't really have zoning. We have these PUDs, the underlying PUDs. There is, by the way, for anyone who's on the panel, there's no open land in Reunion, in Ward 4 that is, I'm sorry, all of Ward 4. There is no open land that is not already a planned unit development. It all is a planned unit development, as far as I know.
Brian, can I
Sure.
answer this one? Yeah. So character errors aren't zoning. So
Yes, I know.
yeah,
That's the problem.
Yeah. So we have to map the zone districts. So the zone districts will be mapped, and so that's one area where people can look to what's going to happen in my backyard is what is the zoning next door. We need to make that information more accessible, and then within that zoning there will be the standards in place, and on top of that there will be the public master development plan or preliminary plat that shows the lot layout and everything like that. And so what I think we're focusing on, like, more administrative actions, I'm going to take a step back. That's not really an accuracy. What we're proposing actually is everything that currently goes to Planning Commission and City Council continues to go to Planning Commission and City Council. We're actually adding some process in there around neighborhood meetings and public notices that are required. The one area where there might be more administrative decisions are in those limited uses. And so the limited uses are generally uses that are custom and common within that particular zone district, but they need to have additional standards associated with them. And so what we're proposing is to articulate what those standards are so we can have predictable outcomes when those uses are proposed. So another example, I know Brian used an example of a dog park, but it could be a drive-through restaurant. There could be limitations around how the drive-through has to function, the buffering and screening of the drive-through through other uses nearby, how loud the loudspeaker needs to be, what the queuing length of the drive-through needs to be, and other design standards. And there might even be hours of operational standards on some of these uses as well. And
Can I just jump in for one sec? I have 20 seconds left on my 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there zoning districts within the PUDs?
There will be zoning districts
Within the existing PUDs?
Well, the existing PUDs remain PUDs.
Right, so there are not zoning districts within them.
Well, the PUD is a zone district.
So
Yeah.
to Mr. Brazel's point, your PUD is an overarching zoning document that lays out your bulk development general standards. Within particular parcels, they may have references to additional standards that reflect or very representative of your land development code that you see today, but they may have certain modifications that have been agreed upon or adopted by the sitting council at the time. So that PUD is that overarching kind of land development code for that 50, 100,000 acres. And then they're more specific in nature as it pertains to permitted uses, conditional uses, prohibited, bulk standards, general standards, and then additional standards, and then design practices, no different than what you find. It just happens to be more of a unique zoning approach than just your general underlying base zoning district that you find in this document.
Yeah, and we would like to, as a practice, we would like to get away from PUDs because they are unpredictable in nature. And so it does make it harder for somebody to understand what is going to actually happen behind them in there. And so by having the standards codified, and council will continue to exercise their prerogative over what property gets zoned what. We're basically making the establishment of the rules a very public process. So everybody will understand what the rules are for land development on their own property and the property next to them. And then when somebody wants to change those rules, they would have to go through Planning Commission and City Council. And because we're trying to reduce our reliancy on PUDs, the menu of opportunities for people to deviate from the city's standards are minimized. And so council will not be, as this moves forward, we won't be proposing, or developers won't be proposing all these customized zoning standards, because the expectation will be to use the standards that we're putting in place and build within the standards that we're putting in place. And then if you need to change the rules, it would be a rezoning, not I want to create a new PUD or a new development standard for my property in particular. So that's where the predictability comes in, is like we want to make sure the rules are very clear, that they're comprehensive in nature, and that they meet the expectations of the community as far as design and development and use outcomes. That way, when we establish the rules, they're known and they're not easy to change. So that's a big feature of this new code.
Thank you, and my apologies for having to interrupt. I'm going to go to Councilmember Dukes and then Mayor Douglas. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I just a quick comment. I appreciate the feedback and the discussion. I also just appreciate what I'm hearing and seeing, that this process is creating more transparency. It's creating standards that we can use and ultimately guide the decision-making process, right? And then the other piece I'm excited about is something that I often remind myself is that we're building a city, right? And there's a lot of space and opportunity, and we have to be thoughtful around how do we go about that, where this process really gives us an opportunity not to get into the weeds on every detail, but give a 40,000-foot level of like, here's what we need, here's what we heard, here's how we engage the community, here's the standards that we've clearly communicated. So there's not the back and forth or wishy-washy of like, maybe we like this or don't like this. But also what I'm hearing is there's an opportunity for change if needed. Like any land development code revision and process, if it's not working, we can go back and revisit the policy level. Again, going back to what I was saying, this is building a city, building an opportunity, and being more modernized so that everyone is on the same page. And so I appreciate that. And then that's including all parts of our community, the neighborhoods, the developers, the landowners. I'm excited about what you put forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. Sorry, hard to get the screen to pop up. Yes, thank you very much for continuing this. I'd see this has come up in the past on commercial, and then having some sort of standards when it comes to products are built to live in next to our major road, that there needs to be a setback only because of the dangers that it incurs being so close to a street. So I could see, in the commercial district, if they want to put, maybe apartments or some sort of living space, that it has to be a second tier, a second row to start that. So it's doesn't impede, and it's not right there in a hard corner or so. So is there anything that you guys are looking at to change that type of model, so that if something comes forward to being part of that process, that there's a checklist that we approve, so we won't run into those type of situations?
Yes, sir. I'm kind of hearing two things to kind of comment on. The first being, the second you mentioned, like a checklist. We're working on a development guidebook in conjunction, in tandem with the Land Development Code, that will be a sort of procedural manual. It won't have the weight of a legal document like the Land Development Code does, but it will be like a guidebook that puts in even more user-friendly terms the review procedures that we've been talking about here. and uses flow charts and things of that nature. So when you said checklist, that sort of triggered that in my head. For standards, though, related to like residential uses being close to high capacity streets, I don't recall if there's anything in there, but we'll look for that and work it in there to where there might be some kind of, for residential uses, enhanced separation from higher traffic streets or something of that nature. I think that can be worked into the draft.
Okay, and the other thing I heard you say, you used the phrase grandfather clause.
Mm-hmm.
Can that be changed to legacy clause?
Well, I just was using, we don't use the word grandfather in any of the document. I just use that because that's what people tend to be more familiar with as opposed to nonconformities. We use the term nonconformities, generally speaking.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate that in the future if you use that term or legacy clause, just the meaning of grandfather clause. We need to change that. So I thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Jeff, I need to go back one more time. I'm really sorry. It's this PUD thing that's driving me a little batty because my interest is explaining to my constituents what they're looking at for the Land Development Code and whether it will be applicable in the vacant areas that they see around them in Ward 4. I see this being, and you've done a tremendous job with the staff. I haven't said that yet, and I apologize for that. The detail is enormous. I appreciate that. So if I look at Ward 4 and it goes across E470, goes north to I-76, goes south to 81st, I cannot see anywhere where there isn't already a PUD. If I say, go to the Land Development Code open house at Bison Ridge, and they put their opinions in as to what they might like or not like, will it be applicable in Ward 4?
Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem Noble, yeah, the new land development code will be applicable generally to all property within the city. We don't have a decision point yet on how we're going to move away from PUDs, and that's something that we need to engage Planning Commission and City Council on. We have some strategies that we're thinking about, but we don't have a settled strategy. So that work still needs to happen. So you can answer that question to your constituents with a yes or no answer. And that's why you're not hearing clarity from us tonight, because we haven't proposed anything regarding that. But I will say the general goal that staff has that we think council would support is to eliminate PUDs within the city as much as possible and rely on the new updated standards for development moving forward. What that looks like, what the mechanics of how that is implemented are yet to be determined, but it has to be determined. And we will have that conversation before we present this code for formal adoption to City Council.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Jeff. I know you tried to navigate that one with aplomb. I think more straightforward, ma'am. Yes, I think there is still a worthwhile engagement with Ward 4 residents as it pertains to existing zoning. Practically speaking, that feedback that we receive that may establish bulk development standards, permitted uses, and the like will be informative as we engage with you on the implementation of the Land Development Code and the various options that you will have to move forward, and effectively how that may impact existing property owners and rights and how to address those. But you wouldn't want to leave a sector of our population out where their feedback may still be something that is leading to new zoning powers that will ultimately still have an applicability to them. So yes, I would still save them while the map is colored today doesn't necessarily mean it will remain colored that same in the future. So understanding their potential concerns, but also needs, would be helpful.
Okay, and I want to make clear, I would never leave anyone out. My idea was that I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, you know?
Yeah.
And that, it is what it is, because these PUDs are giant documents with all kinds of things called out on them as to what's allowable and what isn't. So that is what I want to make abundantly clear to everyone.
Yes. And I'll say, like, the shape of this document right now is very much still a rough draft. Over the next few months as we're working towards a public draft, staff is going to be working with the consultant team to go through this, continue to go through this to make sure that we have good answers available. There are things that we still need to work through. One of the zone districts is called Residential Village, and it's a very broad zone district, and we need to add a lot more definition to that zone district because that's the one that is intended to replace the majority of the PUDs in the northern area. Once we believe we have a draft that we're comfortable with the public, then the engagement process in earnest, like we have had some engagement with the public thus far, but the engagement process in earnest will move forward before adoption. And so we still have a bit of work to do to make sure that we have good visibility about the projects, that we can adequately explain to property owners within the city what this means for them and what it doesn't mean for them, and that we can engage on that and refine the public draft with that input and present it to the council.
Okay, great. In the residential village, I think the hub is often the school, but I hope that we will also consider small commercial in there as well.
Absolutely.
Instead of schools. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. No other questions? I really appreciate it. We all appreciate it.
Mayor Douglas has his hand up.
Oh, he does. One other question. Thank you very much. Mayor Douglas. No problem.
Question. What is the time limit now with our current PUDs to date?
There is no expiration date on current PUDs. And what the key is if it's not vested, there's no guarantee. So the city is within its rights to rezone PUDs, ideally consistent with our comprehensive plan, as long as there's not a vested property right established. So that's the legal answer. There's no time limit established in PUDs, but unless it's a vested development application, and council would have had to approve that vested timeframe as part of that approval.
Gotcha. All right, so we consider. Okay, thank you. Appreciate everything you guys have done, and looking forward to hearing more in the future.
Oh, you raised another subject, Mayor Douglas. Vesting, do you mean break ground? Something is broken ground on that property, or what would be considered vested?
No, vested property rights is a special privilege that council approves on a PUD when it's requested. And so,
I see.
Yeah, and so usually that is a period of number of years that they request the PUD to be vested, and that has to be approved via council through an ordinance, I believe.
It's in the language.
Yes.
Okay, City Manager Rogers.
Yes, just to kind of refine that answer just a little bit, how we have our land development code today, we actually do not have any of our PUDs that are vested. What we have relied on in the past is the statutory language under CRS that speaks to vesting rights and how that is identified with the various applications. Where we do qualify vesting is on PUD permits as well as development plans, because those are site-specific and they are development-specific, to which they are looking for, I'll call it the financial cost and burden that they have put into that application. They are requesting that they are vesting that right because they do not want to lose that right after a period of 2 years, or in certain cases, even a shorter period of time. So I think when we get the vesting, and I think thinking about this broad spectrum across your legislative applications, quasi-judicial or administrative, we're going to want to lean in on that conversation with you all in review of the CRS, but also what we have as an ability under our municipal code as well as charter. But I'm looking to the city attorney as well to see if I've.
No, neither one of you have said anything illegal, so keep going.
All right, well, you all have given me a lot of food for thought. My page is just completely covered in handwriting, so thank you very much. See you next time.
Thank you.
All right, we move on unless we have 3 more items. I think we'll wait until after this one to take a break. So we will move on to special events discussion. And Travis Huntington, Community Relations Manager, is here to give that presentation. He is back.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. I am back. Travis Huntington, Community Relations Manager. I'm here with you this evening to talk about city events and community gatherings per a discussion that the council members had started last month. And joining me here as well, we also have Tim Duda, Recreation Supervisor, Special Events Coordinator Kylie Whitmore from Parks, Recreation, and Golf. We have John Borgelli from Parks Operations, as his crew obviously is critical to putting on city events, as well as Chief Guadnola, of course, representing the police department, since all of those folks have a little bit of a hand in what we do here in terms of community events. So just to get you started here a little bit, our plan for the presentation this evening is to walk you through a little bit about what the city does right now. Our events calendar has grown and advanced quite a bit just over these past couple of years. So we'll talk a little bit about current state, some proposals for 2025, and some new ideas that staff is already working to implement, in addition to the concepts that the council had discussed in last month's meeting, I should say, as well as opportunities to add to that slate, some considerations that we go through from a staff event planning standpoint, resourcing and some of those things that we have to work through in order to effectively host and put on community events. And then obviously we'd love to get the council to a conversation as well to get some feedback from you all about big picture goals and concepts about what we really want for our city events slate to provide for the community. So just a little overview. Currently, the city's event slate actually has grown quite a bit in just the past couple of years. Most of the events that are put on for the community are managed by one of 3 segments of the organization. Community Relations, of course, which is a group that I'm with. Obviously, Recreation has a ton of events that they are constantly putting on around the community. And the police department has really grown as well in a lot of their outreach efforts and new things that are going on. So one of those 3 groups internally in the city usually plans our events. Obviously, boards and commissions play a big role in some of those event planning as well. So in 2024, approximately 36 events. I say approximately because that actually tally does not include things like our town halls, public input meetings, things of that nature. So there really are more when it's probably closer to 50 something when you consider those in addition, but those being a focus more on an engagement than just entertainment fun is the reason those are not included. Total budget impact was around $350,000 for all of that. At the moment, we have one dedicated staff member in the organization, that is Ms. Whitmore, who does such a phenomenal job in Parks, Recreation, and Golf. And we are actually in the process of a recruitment at this moment to bring a events specialist into our group over in Community Relations. So that is very exciting as well. This is just kind of a smattering of some of our highlights of current state city events. If you also, in your packet, there was a draft of our full 2025 proposed calendar, but these are just, again, some of the highlights here. The map you see here tries to demonstrate that we really do spend a lot of time making sure that events are happening all throughout the city, not just in one portion of the community. As you can see here, a lot of the events on this slide are either new or have been added to of late. MiniCon just won an award from Colorado Parks and Rec Association. As you can see there, Hispanic Heritage was just added a couple of years ago. Fall Fest is a new iteration. Costumes with a Cop, the police department brought in last year along with their Dia de los Muertos event. And then the holiday tree lighting, as many of you are aware, returned from a few years of hiatus during the COVID era. And we've really tried to grow that event as well. So many more than just these, but these are just a handful of the bigger ones. Also, would be remiss if we certainly didn't talk about those events that are hosted and really the brainchild, if you will, of our boards and commission members. City staff does help plan and execute many of these, but obviously the Senior Resource Fair is growing. Juneteenth over the last couple of years. Music in the Park, of course, is a long time celebrated community event, thanks to the Cultural Council. The Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament, just over these past few years, the police department working closely with the QCF to help really make that a special day. As well. So those are some of the key B&C events. For 2025, staff has already been working on either expansions of existing events or some new events as well. So a lot of these are already in motion to try and either grow or add for our event slate in 2025. One of those top ideas there would be last year we brought back the idea of what was the neighborhood outreach and did it at 2 of the 4 Music in the Park concerts. The goal this year would be to execute the food and the resource aspects at all 4 of the Music in the Park concerts. To really help boost all 4 of those events and for consistency. 2 Park After Dark movie nights were executed at local parks in 2024. We'd like to make that 4 of those events here in 2025. The My C3 Day of Service is a brand new event where the idea here will be to have city staff and local businesses hopefully teaming up to go do community cleanups, mostly around our right-of-ways is the idea here, so that we would have folks out picking up trash, doing cleanups, and the idea here would really be that city staff are getting out of this building and others and getting out there in the community, encouraging businesses to do the same, and really all chipping in to take a day of service for the community. This year's Fall Fest is adding a car show. The food truck festivals are an idea, again, that was brought up in what council had discussed last month as well, and that was something that we're looking at a live music aspect and executing at least a couple of those events in 2025, still looking to solidify some partners. Great partnerships the city has with the Colorado Rapids, of course. We do Fourth Fest, and last year we did a movie night on the field inside Dick's Sporting Goods Park. So really looking to continue to expand the partnership with the Rapids and do more with what they are executing. And they've been willing partners in the discussions with staff as well. Another idea for 2025, and this is one obviously that the council members had brought up that you'll recall from just last month, and the concept there was an ice skating rink in the community, trying to possibly even pair that with a holiday market. Staff has been engaging with at least one third-party vendor so far who manages ice rinks of this nature for temporary outdoor installation. Still really in the infancy of trying to develop what that would look like, trying to identify locations. There was a lot of things to figure out. But with one vendor so far, the quote, I will say the initial quote that we got was probably higher than what staff initially expected, but that would probably require a procurement process that would also be more checking with the market to see who else is out there and what that all would entail. But this would be something that staff's going to have to continue to look into and hone what can be achieved to get an ice rink installed here for the coming winter. A lot of what you see here, 26, 27, are mostly conceptual in nature, I will say. Some of these ideas are a little more fleshed out than others. Artisan and farmers markets are one that we've already put in for a USDA grant that the city did not receive previously, so the goal would be to submit for that again in hopes of helping to get some support with putting that kind of an event on. More concerts, or excuse me, a big concert at Dick's Sporting Goods Park is an idea that we have just initially started to float. We haven't really worked with Dick's on that or what that would look like, but the idea would be something pretty significant, maybe even a a well-known type of name that you could potentially get in a partnership there. So a lot of work that would have to be done, obviously, to still flesh that out. More partnerships with the Arsenal. We already have a couple events where we work with them, and obviously that's a great partnership to be able to capitalize on going forward. We have an idea here that, again, would have to be fleshed out still for the future, but the concept of a cultural fair that really would, the idea of which would be to embrace a lot of different aspects of culture, communities, really identifying lots of different folks and allowing them an opportunity to have the spotlight on them all at one event, rather than having to try and host a whole slew of individual events to make sure that different segments of the community are properly represented. A couple other the items that council members had brought up in the discussion from last month, tents for businesses and entrepreneurs, which certainly we think is more than feasible. The photo here, it just shows some of community partners with other agencies that we're featuring at some events, and certainly think that there's room here for this to grow. And the economic development team has talked about how this could potentially be combined with other programs that they are looking at instituting to really help feature some of those local businesses, entrepreneurs, and really help lift them up through a forum that could be provided at a city event. A wine walk or potentially brewery walk is something that had been brought up as well. I think staff's still in the face of trying to identify some walkable spaces and places where that would work as it does perhaps in some other communities, and make sure that we can make that have the right amount of appeal and find some partners to work with us to make that happen. And get with the community maybe even to see what kind of desires they would have for something along those lines. From a staff perspective, some of the thought processes that we go through when we're talking about creating, hosting, maintaining an event, this slide is really designed to try and flesh out some of how we go through that process. So a lot of it is trying to get a feel for what folks are looking for, what's the level of demand, how much can we fit into a schedule, and we certainly have oversaturation as something that we have in mind in the event sphere, because there is a lot of competition, a lot of people are busy, and there's between schools and other communities, HOA events, people have their birthday parties and their barbecues and their camping trips and all of that kind of stuff, and just trying to make it all fit is certainly something we keep in mind. And as you can see in that proposed 2025 events calendar, it's pretty beefy. At least we like to think so. There's a lot we have planned for the coming year. Obviously, budget, how much can staff take on from that perspective? What are our space limitations, and what makes an event a good fit for a particular location, as well as just for the community at large. And then sometimes it does take time to really take stock of an event and say, is this still something people want? As we can see, like Fall Fest is one that in Parks, Rec, and Golf, there have been some other fall, Halloween type of period of events that I think over the course of their life had maybe run their course a little bit. So Fall Fest was a way to take a different angle on the same time of year, and that's really been a very, very successful event so far for Parks, Recreation, and Golf. So that's one example of the evolution of an event over time. Some of the things that we're looking at from a staff perspective, obviously budget and staffing isn't just the folks to plan it, but also in parks operations, what is their capacity to assist with setup and road closures that the streets division might need to do to help us for the Memorial Day parade, for example. That's kind of an all hands on deck type of thing for lots of different folks, the police department, streets, parks, lots of volunteers from around the community. Obviously, security concerns are something that is growing in stature that we'll definitely need to be cognizant of and probably continue to grow our efforts in that sphere. And obviously, some recent tragic events around the country, of course, have continued to bring light to the importance of that side of it as well. And then, of course, depending on what we're adding and how events are being attended, just continuing to market and communicate and advertise events as well to make sure folks realize what our offerings really are and what's available. So in terms of some of the goals here that we'd love to also get some council feedback on tonight, there's 4 goals listed on this slide. For example, the purpose that city events could serve. I think all of those are worthy goals that our city events certainly could serve, but would love to hear from council if there are 1 or 2 of those that perhaps rise above the rest in terms of priority and what should we really be thinking that our events are designed to do, and what do we really want to accomplish with a lot of the events that we have on our slate. And then the other consideration that we've been thinking about is, quantity versus quality / scale, and that do we want to have more events that do different things for different people in different places, or would we perhaps prefer to actually maybe scale down the events calendar, but actually scale up the events themselves? And do we focus on a handful of bigger, higher impact signature events that the city is more known for, that perhaps draw in visitors? Would that be an angle that we would want to pursue, or that the council would like to see pursued? So some questions for you all there in terms of goals. And then just one more slide for you here, and then we'll conclude this portion, and that would just be curious for feedback from council members about the proposed 2025 event slate and what you've seen so far there. Generally speaking, is there a preference more for going big right away, really building up this calendar more and doing higher impact things right out of the gate, or building it up over time? And then also, what are council members hearing from residents about what they like, don't like, want to see, don't want to see, things along those lines? Would love to hear some of those questions answered as well. So that's all I have for you out of the gate.
Thank you very much, sir. That's a lot, for sure.
It is. I try to go fast, so we left time. But yeah.
You did a good job. And it was, we could understand you the entire time.
Good.
Councilmember Dukes.
Actually, I think Councilmember Kim was first. I'll defer to go after him. I'll go after Councilmember Kim. I think he beat me to it first.
All right. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. So a couple things. First and foremost, I got to give kudos out to the advertising that has been going on. I have seen a robust and advertisement is concerned, and I remember I was telling Kylie before, especially during that 5K winter run, there was definitely a lot more people there than before. I've also seen more traffic on it, whether it's on social media or it was within the Connected or even somewhere online, right? So I kudos to you guys all together for definitely beefing that up. The thing that I think about is do we really want to do more and kind of spread it thin, essentially, right, with all these events, or do we want to go in and like have specific events on this 2025 calendar to say these are our signature ones that we need to make sure that we're gun-ho in, essentially, while the others may fall off? Or do you potentially pull your resources from some of these events that may have been around for a while, that doesn't seem like it's gaining any traction? Does that make sense? So I think for me, looking at the schedule itself, January through December, I mean, it's pretty booked up. Now imagine throwing a triathlon in there. I'm kidding. I wouldn't look up again. I remember I said I wouldn't. So I mean, just stuff like that. My major concern would be is running the staff ragged, essentially, right? When you have a lot of these events at once. Things like honestly, in my opinion, Senior Resource Fair is a big one. Memorial Day Parade, I think, is a big one. Obviously, Fish has always been a big one, especially for the police officers. And then I think you kind of touched on it too, right? Where security, New Orleans, the Bollard situation that they didn't have up, that ended up unfortunately tragically killed a few folks out there. I mean, these are things that we definitely want to make sure that we think about when we move forward. I hope that helps, Travis. If it doesn't, just say it doesn't help, and I'll try to explain.
I would never dream of saying it doesn't help. Thank you for that. Yeah.
But that is all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Kim. I'll go to Councilmember Dukes and then to Mayor Douglas.
Travis, thank you for the work, and thanks to the whole team for the work. And I know there's a lot of effort behind the scenes to get this stuff going. I just want to answer some of the questions that you posed. First is like, what are the top three? What are the things that we value, right? And for me, it's, foster a connection, improve the image of the city, and improve the image in my mind is promoting what's good across our city. We have so many, even the video earlier, seeing Pioneer Park and how beautiful the city is. We need to do more of promoting the image of the city, which in turn will improve the image and make it more, people know more about Commerce City. We talk about this at PRG often, that we have some of the best rec centers, parks, trails across the state, and it's not everyone knows about them. So I want to continue to promote that. And then draw visitors is the last piece. For me, if I think about some of these events, one is thinking about how these events, they supplement each other. For example, when we passed that motion about the entrepreneurs' businesses, right, and the pop-up tents, I see it as complementing each other when we do have free city events already, like the shindigs or music in the park. We should be able to help entrepreneurs and small businesses have a space where they could create clientele. That's like, for me, in my mind, it's low-hanging fruit because you provide a tent and they do the work to promote and share. It shouldn't cost a lot more. The other piece that I want to put a thought about is that, with the ice skating rink, when the motion was passed, the original idea was having one in each part of the city. And that's intentional because when I talk with residents often, they get tired of driving to Brighton when they have Brighton Days, or when they have the Touch-A-Truck and all that stuff. And what I realize is that a lot of residents up north in Northern Range, they don't mind driving to the south part of the city, but they would like to be able to be within 5 minutes of some event. And so that's where, if we think about the holiday, if in my opinion, if you have to make a decision on the ice skating rink and holiday market, I would defer to having holiday markets on both sides of the city if the ice skating rink is a deal breaker at this point. I get tired of driving to Orchard Mall as well to go to their or Cherry Creek to do their holiday market, and a lot of residents feel the same sentiment. If we can have it in our backyard, that would be something, because that's my thought. The other piece is that when we think about some of the proposed additions, I find the movie nights, I don't know what the data shows, but I see a lot of HOAs and even Landmark Church, they do movie nights up north, and they do movie nights different parts of the city. I don't know if that's something as a value add us continue to do, because I think other nonprofits and stuff do movie nights. The music in the park for sure. The C3 service day, I think that's a new idea. I think that's for sure. The car show, it sounds like it's a supplement of the Fall Fest, which is amazing itself. But those are my things. The last thing I would note is I know, and I agree with Councilmember Kim around not spreading yourself thing, but also I would love to charge you and the city manager to say, if this is what if the council likes this decision, how much is it going to cost, right? And whether it's additional staff or additional support, and then let us kind of wrestle with that too, where we recognize that there's more work to be done, but we also want to come and be a partner and say, okay, if we're saying all this, what's the true resource, whether there's consultants or whatever? But I want to put that out there to think about as well as the third or final point I have.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas?
Thank you, Travis, for the presentation. I appreciate all the effort that's gone in. And then looking at this list here for 2025, I think there's 40, if I count it right, different events. And yeah, this has been collaboration and partnership with a lot of different agencies as well. So I like what you have for 2025. And just to enhance that, I think it's nice to have some of these smaller events, because it gets people to participate and they look forward to, January 30th, February 7th, March 15th, July 24th, 26th, this gets their family geared up to say, hey, we're going to spend time here. This is what's on the agenda. And these things won't change. So you can put this out. People can actually adopt this and put this on their calendar, and knowing that it's going to happen. So to flip-flop and then change something that didn't like it, I would stick with what for 2025. I would go with this list of what you have right here, because this is more than I've seen in the past. I've been living in the city for 21 years. This is a lot. And so I would love to see 2025 with these items as well. And I know there's a additional events. One is coming up, and this is something we've done in the past, but I don't see on the list, and that is Bike to Work Day. Dr. Cog has one February 14th, which is the wintertime. So, there's someone trying to promote it, and just for the businesses within our community. That would be something to highlight. And the same thing in the summertime. Those are events that are happening all year round, but I don't see them on the list here. It's more of a employee type event, but just to add that in. And then when it comes to ice skating rink, we talked about this years ago with the new rec center opening up, and then actually looking at to the west. So the backside of the event space on the east side of the building, where it's the community event centers, those three buildings, three separate spaces, and open up to one. Outside in the lawn area, that's where the ice rink could go, but it's a dual process. For the summertime, it becomes inline skating rink, so that way it's a permanent structure. It just rotates for the usage. But overall, I think you guys done an amazing job. Like I said, I'm all for this 2025 list. Like I said, there's 40 events, and let's I'm for putting that process in place for our community, and that would be to foster community connections, enhance quality of life. And I'm out looking at drawing more visitors. I'm concerned about the people here, because that's the problem. We don't do enough. I hear we don't do enough for our citizens that live here, because when we do have community events that the city doesn't function, like say Reunion does a 4th of July event or so, we get those people who don't live in our city. So, and that's a problem. That's what I hear from community. So this list right here, this is fantastic. So I would be just fine what's proposed for 2025.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I was wondering if you do any type of partnerships. This year we did, and last year we did a partnership with the org I work for in Adams County, and we did water filters. We've been doing them all throughout Adams County, mainly in the central city of Commerce City, and we were asked more for like educational meetings. So I was wondering if we can add, and it can be layered, like normally they're really small meetups, how to build an at-home air filter, which is really easy, 2 simple things to help build. We even gave away all the supplies for that type of stuff. So there are partnerships with organizations. We partnered with Groundwork Denver, who also brought tree planting also to Commerce City. I'm trying to think what else. Oh, if that's the case too, if that ends up building, I'm wondering if there's a way or a space that we can discuss having clubs. I know one of the things that actually draw a community out is just being able to have meetups. One of the ones that was really successful in the cities that I worked throughout when I was in the Navy was a stroller walking club just for moms to come out and have time to come and get to know each other and walk. That was like the one time that they were able to get out in the day. Another one was having educational opportunities, local industries, that if they're looking for people that are updating certificates, how to get into new industries, what does that look like too? Again, really small meetups. So if there's any way that we can, I don't want to add too much to staff, but I feel like there's so many intersections that this can feed a lot to, and can bring in more resources from organizations that want to actually help in that way too. So partnerships, and the Denver Zoo, sorry, that was another one. I think I forwarded that email, but the Denver Zoo had reached out wanting to do a toad migration, because apparently we live in a space by Rocky Mountain Arsenal where there's a huge toad migration at like the beginning of spring. Yeah, so they reached out, it was a while ago, I think in October. but it was just to see if we could partner with Adams 14.
I think Commerce City Toad Festival sounds kind of awesome, but
That's interesting, yeah. It brings egrets, so it's actually kind of fun just to go nature walking, stuff like that.
Sure. No, I think that's a great point, and we've tried to capitalize on some more of the partnerships. I'd say Kylie's done a really good job working with the Arsenal for the Earth Day event that's been over these last couple of years, and trying to build up with them more. And like with Hispanic Heritage, we really made a point that we really don't want it to be the city saying, "Hey, come to our thing." We want it to be community driven. And so we worked with Cultivando. We added Adelante to that mix this past year because we really wanted them to help drive the ship on that. And we don't want it to just say us as the city come to the thing. We were like, let's make it community driven. Let's make sure that it's a two-way conversation, you know. So we've really tried to do some of that, but I think there's a lot of opportunity to continue to do more with the schools and with some other organizations around the communities.
I'd be down to bring in those organizations and maybe just make the acquaintances too and help support. I like doing stuff like that anyway, but you guys have doing a really great job. I think Music in the Park had the largest turnout ever this past year alone. So you guys have done a really great job as a team.
Thank you.
Free food is popular.
It helps.
It helps. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. You've added so many great things. I don't think there's anything that has seen better days. I mean, we just keep adding, and the word is out that we're doing these things. And the tree lighting this last time, oh my goodness, the turnout, and very happy families. So I just commend you on everything that you've done. So I like the idea of collaborating with some of the groups and doing some smaller things like a stroller walk, or I thought that was an excellent idea. You know, maybe we could even do like block parties where, you know, you just have somebody that has a music list on their computer, and we supply the speakers, and everybody just gets together and gets their boogie on and has some fun. And so I just want to say thank you so much. I just see everything continue to grow. Hispanic Heritage was awesome, and I like the way that you moved it down to the end of the street. So you're always open to improvements. I want to thank the staff. Our staff works so hard on these events. And then our boards and commissions just coming together and volunteering and showing up and going to all the meetings and organizing. That takes a lot, but people are committed to this community. So I just wanted to say thank you. And did I hear you say that there's going to be food at all four musics?
That's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan. We'd like to work toward it. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's so awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I've been a member of the Cultural Council several times over my 21 years here, and I've seen that grow. I've seen all the boards and commissions grow to where we're full to capacity, and then we have people waiting to get on. So, great job. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. And just quickly, if I could, the reference to the block parties too just did remind me, the police department and what they've done with National Night Out. Our police presence with NNO has won numerous awards over the years, and I know our community takes a lot of pride in those. And there's always some of those annual events where people bring the whole neighborhood out to their street or their park or whatever that may be. And yeah, those things are a lot of fun.
One thing that I did want to say though on the movie nights, there are a lot of HOAs in the north where that type of thing is offered. So maybe we should concentrate the city's efforts on doing those in the south, so that and we'll invite the people from the north, and they can come join the people in the south and have a movie night. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And then I think the ice skating and the inline skating is a good idea. I think it would attract a lot of people attending.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I will call on Councilmember Dukes after the first round is completed. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much, Travis. Yeah, and as someone who in my career has not only created but also organized events, this is a huge list. It encompasses a huge number of hours with a huge number of people. Somehow you manage to get it accomplished. I mean, it would be constant because this excludes all of the, I mean, there's a lot of Parks and Recreation events that aren't on this list, actually. The senior events that are taking part all throughout the year. So, which reminds me of the resource fair that the well-being team puts on. So we actually need to calendar that so it doesn't bump in to the senior resource fair. I think about the dad-daughter dance. Isn't that a big deal? I thought that was so cute.
Yeah.
We approved $350,000 last month for all of this kind of stuff, an extra $350,000. What was the plan on what was going to happen with that money?
Well, that's part of the reason we're here, actually, is just to make sure that in terms of some of those ideas that were put forth and just generally speaking, what we had talked about, like so adding for 2025 here, just going back to that slide here, just our projection for adding all of these events that staff had already kind of been working toward and roughly what we project that could cost, and then trying to, and then the ice rink as well, which I think would exceed that appropriation, and we'd have to, again, get a little more from the market to find out who else offers in addition to the one quote that we've received so far, which was quite high, to find out what exactly is feasible with that full allotment of funding.
So would you, given that you already have a certain number of events for 2025, and then you're looking at new events, potentially using the $350,000 for that purpose, could you hire outside event planners who could execute some of these so you don't have to do all of it?
Absolutely. I think that's definitely a consideration and something that could probably go a long way toward making sure that execution of some of this is up to snuff, if you will, and making sure that we're not just doing it, but doing it well. In terms of some of those additions, yeah.
And sometimes events take time to really get rolling. You have to do it year after year after year before it becomes hugely successful. We did the triathlon 2 years in a row. The city council approved that, but we didn't vote to not do it again. So how was that decision made?
My understanding, and I should say, I could probably draw up somebody who's on that committee because I'm not. But my understanding is that the group of folks who was helping to plan that had gotten together and thought maybe to not do it this year. That was my understanding of, and I think Councilmember Kim has his hand raised, and he may be looking to provide insight into that conversation.
All right, I'll get to Councilmember Kim in a minute then. And then my last thing that I would really like to see, no matter what direction you go on these events, is a master calendar of events so that we can see, as a city council, we can see the year and where everything is going to be placed, as opposed to getting calendar items, say, a week before. On Wednesday night, there are 3 events occurring: the Land Development Code, the River Run Park discussion, and then a countywide meeting, AdCog meeting. They're all happening on the same night. So it would be good if someone was looking at what's happening so that all these things don't bump into each other, so we can participate in all of them, and the community can participate as well. So if River Run wants, the River Run people want to come to the LDC, they can't if they want to talk about the park.
Sure. No, absolutely. And that's definitely a consideration that we do our best to avoid. And you're right. In some of these instances, we do have some overlap, but we definitely try to be cognizant of that. But having something established that is well-known would certainly help. So
Yeah. So I would say the biggest trick is filling in these categories yourself, that you look at these categories and you say, this event meets this goal, this event meets that goal, this event meets that goal. Using the money to hire outside event planners to help execute these, because there's just far too much. You don't want to do a poor job. Just because you're able to do all of them doesn't mean they can all be done extremely well. You want to do them really well. But they all look great. So I can't help you choose, other than say, get some help.
Fair enough.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks. Councilmember Dukes? Oh, wait, sorry. Do you mind if I go to Councilmember Kim? Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify on the triathlon here. So, you know, I had to have a heart-to-heart. I had a heart-to-heart conversation with the staff, right, and more so with Tim Duda and also with Kylie about it, and recognizing the events. A couple things: the events that was going to occur or would occur this year, and then in my head, right, I'm thinking about. It's not just PRG, it's also Public Works, it's also CCPD, it's also all of these volunteers that are out there that are having to do this. Mind you, I think, what was it, a week or two before you guys had the Fish concert? And then a few other things that were going on thereafter. So it's like by the time you get to the end of the year, you're pretty much fatigued, and that's normal. That's human. And then the other part of things I was thinking about too is cost. The first year we did this, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, the first year we did this, I think the minus the donations and everything that we received, the city still had to spend close to about, I think it was like what, 10 to 15,000. And then the second year, I think we were a little bit lower than that. I think we're between 5 to 10,000, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I know it was getting better every year essentially, but again, in my head, I could not justify to say to basically utilize those funds for this effort when I knew that those funds could be potentially used for other events, such as what was presented tonight.
Yeah.
So that's why I never brought it up. I left it alone. It was a good run. People loved it. I loved it. As a triathlete, I would love to do it again. But again, as a city council member, I got to think about, costs. So taxpayer dollars and the fatigue of our staff that has been great with everything they have done all last year, and they are going to do this year as well.
I think that all I was trying to point out is that it seemed to be a city council decision as opposed to an individual council member decision. And it would be good, actually, for us to see the costs. We never got a report on it in terms of number of people or the actual cost. But Tim is standing at the podium. He can answer some of your points.
Yeah, Tim Duda, Recreation Manager. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now. We could definitely pull those together and put a comparison from last year to this year. So we can definitely provide that information for you. Craig is correct that we received more sponsorship for our 2024 triathlon event, which did reduce some of the overall direct cost. The thing with the triathlon is that there's a lot of indirect cost that goes into the event, as well as direct cost as well too. And so the other challenge that we kind of discussed and talked about as well too is that the location, Adams City High School helps us with the swimming part of the triathlon, and the ingress egress into that area, we closed down Quebec. So we do get a little limited on the logistics of the operation and how many participants we can get into the venue, which therefore creates how much revenue we can bring in to offset some of that indirect cost as well too. But happy to provide that information for you.
Yeah, indirect also. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Just quick, I forgot to mention, thank you for the food at all 4 events. I know that was a point of contention this year, where it was just 2 events had food, so I appreciate you being thoughtful around it at the other 2, or listening to the community and saying it would be great to have all 4 have food. So I wanted to echo Councilmember Douglas's point on that. The other thing is, I hope that we have the Toad Fest before the Fish Festival. That's just a dad joke, but the last is that, just thinking about the calendar, and this is really up to your operations approach to it, but it just, in my mind, I can envision, like, when we have holiday season, when we have the tree lighting ceremony, plus the ice skating rink or the holiday fest, like, it's all one large, it goes back to your original question, larger events, but I kind of see those as, like, again, events that complement each other, especially like the cereal at Santa. Could you imagine all the families going out to a market, a holiday market right afterwards, right? Because everyone leaves and you rush to go from 9 to 9:30 and you got to leave, but you already packed your kids up and got them there. You love to be able to like spend a little bit more time. So in my mind, that's where, again, it's your operations piece, but I think how that can like complement each other and as you're thinking about it. And then that would help us communicate to the community, here is these larger events, but it could also help your staff time around. There is one, they're really difficult, maybe 2 or 3 days, but you can plan it out, but it's not, I could see the challenge of like, here's a day here, here's another day here, and that's gonna be a pain. But anyway, that's my 2 cents on that, but thank you for this.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Huntington. City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We actually do need some guidance and direction from the body. I've heard the move forward with the calendar of events, that calendar of events. It does cover that 300 to 350 that's already been budgeted for. However, it doesn't capture the new events, which is that 80,000 that you see on the screen now. There's also been discussion of really wanting to challenge ourselves, thinking about what additional resources, what that funding looks like for the next slide, Travis, which is that additional 300 to 800,000, which is the skating ring, which is the holiday market. So you've kind of got we've got a couple of decision points here so that we know what appropriation ordinance that we can bring back, because our first calendar event that's new is in May. And while May seems 4 months from now, 4 months is a significant amount of turnaround for staff going through and getting vendors and getting through various contracts internally to make that a success. So if we're looking at that, the first time we could bring an appropriation ordinance, even for 80,000, is March. So now you're going from March to May, which is which is a very, a quick turnaround. So I bring this so that we know when we walk out of this meeting, there's a consensus on how we bring that ordinance back while still working behind the scenes on getting some of these processes set up so we're not behind the ball or between a rock and a hard place. But we need that guidance and direction.
I'm not clear on the 350,000. Could you explain that again? Where have you used it already?
So no, that's already what was budgeted for 2025. So if you think about when we first came to you all about a month ago, we already had 300,000 for these events as part of our budget. What we were showing you last year was what we spent, which was 355,000. So we have 300,000 that we can apply, which covers the calendar of events. The new on the calendar events is 80,000. So we don't have the new events covered on the calendar. So we need to do such.
Why were we voting on the 350,000 since we had already voted on the budget previously for 2025?
So you didn't vote. You were getting direction back for us to bring something back to talk about the overall calendar of events.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Rogers. My understanding was that the budget right now, you had 355,000 based on the last events. And then we put together a request to have additional events, and we made a motion and approved another 300,000 to promote the other additional events. And that included within the motion, the ice skating rink, the pop-up businesses, and this was dollars from the unassigned balance. And I would love if our city clerk can look at because that was my interpretation as I put together that motion. Like, we have money for events already appropriated, and then we have an unassigned dollar amount, and we can use some of that, and that's where that last motion came to bolster more events.
I think we'll have them look at that. I think we walked away understanding that we would be reliant upon this discussion to see what appropriation orders we would have to bring back. Because since we didn't have an appropriation orders, we couldn't approve extra funding.
Yeah, and I hear you, and the change was that in the approved motion, there's new events in there. And that goes in, so the city clerk,
I can read the motion if you'd like me to, City Manager.
Please do.
I've got a motion made by Councilmember Duke, seconded by Councilmember Ford, to direct city staff to review the city budget and prepare an ordinance appropriating $300,000 specifically for the promotion and organization of community gatherings. The expansion of community events offerings is intended to enhance park activation, create quality social experiences for park users. These gatherings will highlight the positive aspects of Commerce City, particularly during the holiday and summer months. So the motion plainly is you directed staff to prepare an ordinance appropriating. You did not appropriate that night.
Okay.
So we have that going back, and thank you, appreciate that. And I appreciate that refresher. So we have the ability to do that. That would be first and second reading between on March and the March meetings for us to be able to do so. What you find here is that the ice skating rink and the holiday market will be above that 300,000 appropriation all in.
Yeah, and I guess I would, and so the reason we were going through the motion for the ordinance was because of this conversation. I think I talked with our city attorney about the most transparent way of doing it would do it this way if we want additional costs. My hope was that we can figure it out within 300,000. If the ice skating rink is not available, then I would love to see what is possible within that same range. I think personally, 600,000 total for city events is more than enough. And so I would personally love to stay within that 300 that we approved for the ordinance. But that's my opinion.
Okay. We can obviously look at that when we bring the appropriations ordinance back in March. If that's where the body of the council wants to support leveraging the existing 300 motion that you all made. And obviously you all can make a determination at that time whether or not you want to make adjustments, but we can do that homework. Once again, that's whether or not that's where this body aligns with.
Mayor Douglas?
Thank you. You know, that night, I thought that motion was to add money and this events would go towards economic development to help promote economic development within the business community. So I thought the $300,000 was for them to take and then incorporate community events through economic developments to enhance our business community partnerships. That's what I remember this being brought up with, was to enhance our economic development. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I actually thought the same thing, so I didn't know that so the 300 is for what's being presented tonight, is that correct?
That's correct. We've identified that there may be some cost overruns for some of these events like ice skating rinks, holiday markets, and so forth.
Right. So as it stands right now, we're short. You said that for the things that are proposed, we're short 80,000, is that right?
No, I mean, when talking with the staff earlier, and I will accept that on our behalf, is that I think when we walked away from that meeting, we had a different interpretation of that motion based off of where it led us to the discussion tonight. So helpful with going back to the brass tacks of what was acted upon. So with the 80,000 on the screen, that's covered when we bring that appropriation forward. So that's not necessarily a concern.
Oh, okay.
Now, it's now this potential gap in what the Councilmember Dukes had, I'll call recommended for your conversation and guidance is we have 300,000, or really we have 220,000. Within that 220,000, what can we accomplish of the holiday markets and with the ice skating rink within that envelope? And in that envelope, we'll come back to you with what's an appropriation ordinance and lay out structurally what that might look like and whether or not that's sufficient for council. And we then may also present you with information that says if you want to be able to go full tilt with an ice skating rink and a holiday market, it may be an additional X dollar amount to do it right.
Okay.
So that it's successful. So that way, adjustments can be made at the night of that appropriation hearing's first reading, so that on second reading, it could then be approved.
Okay, so, but that's another 500,000 if you go up to 800. So do we know where that money would come from potentially? And how would, I mean, we've already approved the budget, so how does that work?
So it'd come out of our unassigned general fund balance. We have a healthy fund balance, I would say, for being able to capture this collection of necessary funding for these type of events. So we've done that in the past when we've had, whether it's CIP projects or the establishment of programs under operations. So we would treat it no differently. It would just be that we'd have to do some additional internal planning and obviously coordination with potential resources to see what we could get out of that 220 and if not, what that true value would be for ensuring a successful return on that investment that we would put out and present you those numbers, like I said, in March.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. And then maybe there's a potential for the businesses just to like have their own tent and set up so that they would have some kind of ability to promote themselves and just be a part of our events. I mean, there's nothing wrong, I don't think, with having local businesses
Yeah, I
at
mean,
least have a presence so that people would know.
Yeah. One of the big things that, when I think about partnership opportunities, partnership to me can also be very, can also be tied to thinking about sponsorship opportunities when working with the business community, so that while it effectively may not need to come, let's just say it's 400,000 and we need an additional 180,000. Well, sponsorship opportunities with private businesses and or community groups or whatever it may be able to help cover that gap. So when we come back to you, it may only be a need for an additional 50,000 because we were able to get some of the other capital stack covered by those partnerships.
Okay, yeah, sponsorships would be fine for larger businesses, but for like a mom and pop, they might want to just be able to have some kind of presence. I mean, that we did that at the Hispanic Heritage event.
Yeah.
And that worked out really well. So just a suggestion is how we could, still include them in other events rather than having to do a separate event if we can't do that.
Sure.
So
And-
that
and-
was all.
Oh, excuse me. And to your point, yeah, I think that in terms of what's on the screen here with regards to, it's fairly low cost, I think, in terms of taking events that exist now, maybe buy extra tents, tables, things of that nature, and then allow those opportunities. And I know Economic Development was interested in trying to figure out what kind of programs they already may be running that could potentially make this a part of it. to again help support, I think, to the point you're making about small businesses. And then I think with regards to the larger appropriation, the skating rink and whatnot, I will say I do think that the first quote that we got back was definitely higher than we expected it would be. So I do think between now and the time that we were to be coming back with an appropriation ordinance, I think staff could continue to do research into, are there other options that would be more affordable for what we're trying to accomplish, or is that basically what we can expect? So I think we can continue to chase that down in the interim.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. I see some of these events as being city-sponsored, city-managed, city-run. But then I also see a lack of entertainment in our community, a lack of food choices in our community. And I think that's where I see an ice skating rink that's set up for an extended period of time for residents to be able to go, and a vendor would be managing that per se. Food truck rodeos, where it's not a lot of staff time to operate those, but of course, logistically, setting it up to where on the weekends, there could be food truck rodeos in both parts of the community to bring community together. That's one of the things that we're lacking in this city, is a place for people to come and participate in things that they have common in nature, whether that's having dinner from a food truck rodeo or going ice skating. And so creating some of those opportunities, I think, is well worth being able to fund it and make some of these options available for our residents so they start feeling a sense of community again. When you talk about 300 to 800,000, that's a huge gap. I would like to see that number be a little more tightened down. I mean, it's pretty broad range. And, I'm willing to put towards it what we need for our residents to have some entertainment. And it's pretty hard to throw a dart at 800,000. So if you could refine that a little bit, bring it back, and ensure us that we're going to be able to produce a sense of community by some of these bigger type of events that would be not so laborious on our staff, but some outside management, like the ice skating piece. And I would be glad to vote to consider an amount of money that would be necessary to provide those kind of venues, but I got to have it narrowed down. 300 to 800,000 is too broad for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, apologies on that misinterpretation, and we'll make sure to bring that back with
All
this
right.
discussion in March.
And I have a comment. Thank you. So I totally vote for the ice skating rink. That's a wonderful use of general fund money that our taxpayers would be thrilled to see that opportunity. We were in Louisville on Friday, and the ice rink was jammed. So I think that would be great fun for them for a month or 2 or however long it's up. And so that would be great. And anything that operates as a way for people to gather, and maybe not strictly kid-oriented necessarily, but some adult-oriented activity. Maybe the food rodeo, the food truck rodeo is at night with particular kind of music that could be for dance or whatever, but something that our 30 and 40-somethings, 20-somethings would enjoy doing as well without kids, maybe.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And I think, Mr. Duda, did you have something to add on the ice rink? Is that, or if you'd like to?
Tim Duda, Recreation Manager. We have received one quote, which is actually has 4 different options for providing an ice rink in the boundaries of Commerce City. And Out of those options, how we were kind of evaluating it is adding one large rink that would be in size for the size of the community, which would be an actual size of an ice skating hockey rink, which is a 85 by 200 feet, so real size ice rink. We have received a quote on that, as well as for offering that for a 2-month period or a 3-month period. And then the other option is doing a 60-foot by 120-foot portable rink, where there's an option of a 2-month or a 3-month use. Included in there is ice skating rink, or skate rentals, skate sharpening, the security, a number of amenities in there, music, lighting, and all of that as well too. Just on this one quote that we did receive for, say, option 1, which is the 85-foot by 200-foot, one rink, 3-month option for, now they give you options of a rental as well as a purchase. And so your first year is your largest because there's a large purchase up front, and then it goes into annual operating cost. So looking at it, say just a 3-month, this is going to be the high end. A 1-year purchase with management is roughly 1.7, and that is the purchase of the rink and the operation and management of it, and then an ongoing cost of just under $400,000. And then there's a rental option as well too. Now, if we break that down into the 60 by 120 for, say, a 3-month period, actually, let's go 2-month. This is going to be the very low end. Very low end for the 1-year purchase and management would be just under $800,000. And then annual operating costs just under $200,000. That's, excluding ongoing inflation and it increases as well too. We have a very thorough quote on all those different options, so we can bring that forward and organize that at that time as well too. So
I vote for letting this for bid. 1.7 million is not on my radar. Mayor Douglas?
Sorry. Yeah, just to kind of chime in real quick. Yeah, with that kind of cost, I would rather see us have a permanent site so that it's used all year round instead of seasonal, because you could get good use out of it and get your return on your investment if it's something that could be used all year round. So you could have ice during the cold months, and then in the spring and summer into fall could be the synthetic. So you have dual purpose. That would be more ideally. If you can bring that back as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be better to utilize our baseball fields, which are quiet, or nothing's going on in the wintertime. You got grandstands there, you have lighting there, it would make sense to me to have them at either Fairfax Park or Pioneer Park, or plenty of room for food trucks. It just makes sense. It's something to think about.
Councilor Dukes?
Just add into the discussion, I would recommend us testing it this year before we do a bigger purchase, and thinking about the biggest concern that I hear from residents is having it on both sides of the city. And so if there's the opportunity to do a smaller rink on both sides, that'll be a great win before we think about investing in a bigger one. But I also just want to reemphasize the need to just keep it simple, right? And keeping it simple in the sense that we're going to provide a great community space for our residents, an ice skating rink with skates and possibly some s'mores. And I think just start in there and then see how big we can go. It's specific about the ice skating rink piece. I just want to put it out there to think about it. And as you're coming back into, I guess I say it that way because as you guys create the ordinance, it's really up to you as city staff to get into the details on what's best fiscally to share with us. For us, the big picture is we need community gathering spaces around the holiday season in this specific case so that folks can go out and have a good time. That's, and I love what Mayor Pro Tem Noble said, that it's, in this case, equitable in terms of like we think about the different age bands, right? I think that's a big piece that we're saying here. And we love to, I think we're all in agreement that we'd love to move forward with a number that's reasonable, right? I think that's the big piece. 1.7 is not reasonable, in my opinion. 600,000, 500, maybe more, right? I think, but that'll be a great discussion on the ordinance.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Yeah, I think about all of the drainage areas that we have across the city. We could get a long hose out there, couldn't we? So just something to think about there. But when Mayor Pro Tem Noble brought up the adult events, you know, I think about like the great art centers that we have in Derby already, and the discussion that we had the one night with the people coming from the Derby Review Board and some of the ideas that we had that night. I mean, we could really do some pretty cool things there if we put our heads in it. But I don't think we have to like go all out and break the bank on this stuff. If we use our heads, I think we can come up with some solutions and still execute and deliver.
I know that parents are driving to Superior and other places to take their kids to hockey. They're in the clubs, and the hockey-sized rink would be absolutely wonderful. But that's something we really need to plan for, and that's the capital improvement projects are part of what we're going to be discussing at our retreat. How do we prioritize these things? Where is the money coming from? And let's get moving. We want to see this stuff happening. So it's not that your idea is bad. It's, in my opinion, let's just test it this year and see how it goes on the smaller size someplace easier. Maybe you could be in the same place that they have Heritage Month in Derby, too, in that street, at the end of that street or something. Anyway, lots of good ideas. But could you also try some other vendors? Thank you.
Absolutely. And that's part of the reason that range, to Councilmember Ford's point, is so large in this slideshow, because I don't think we feel like we're fully well acquainted with what entirely the market has to offer on that front. So that's part of the reason that range is so wide. So we can absolutely narrow that down.
Yep. Great. Thank you very much. I would like to take a 5-minute break, folks. So let's call it 9 o'clock. We'll be back at 9:05. All right, we are resuming the meeting. This is a study session, and the next topic is ethics. And we are inviting our City Attorney, Lee Zarzaki, to lead us through this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let me start with saying I recognize that it is a little after 9 o'clock and you all just spent time talking about ice rinks and fun activities. So it's hard to follow that up with an ethics code discussion, but I do want to, in all seriousness, this is a very important topic for this council to discuss. And before I jump in, I just want to give you all sort of a synopsis of how we got to where we are. So, City Council had directed staff to draft an ethics code to replace the current City Council ethics policy. And today's discussion is going to be two-parted. One, to provide an overview of the current council ethics policy and draft ethics code, and also to identify decision points for council discussion. And the latter one is really important because I need some direction from this body before I can finalize a draft ethics ordinance to bring forth to the entire body. With that, over the last several months, myself and Sarah Geiger in my office have met with a number of city attorneys throughout the Front Range and the broader state of Colorado. In particular, we've met with attorneys in Colorado Springs, Durango, Fort Collins, Aurora. We've looked at Thornton's ethics code, Brighton's ethics code, and Denver's ethics code. And I highlight that just to inform you all on sort of why it is I'm suggesting some of the provisions that I will be suggesting this evening. And there's a pretty wide range of types of codes, ethics codes out there. What I've noticed is in large part, the larger municipalities have ethics boards. And when we get into it later in my presentation, my recommendation would be to actually not go that route, given the population of the community. And we'll dive into that when the time is right. So, big picture. Why do we need an ethics code? Why should cities have an ethics code? In short, it's to establish a code of ethics so that all cities' officers, officials, and employees adhere to the highest levels of ethical conduct, honesty, integrity, and accountability. Additionally, officers, officials, and employees should comply with both the letter and the spirit of the ethics code and strive to avoid situations that create impropriety or the appearances of impropriety. And that last part of the provision is really important, or the appearance of impropriety. That was, a monthly occurring conversation that we had when I was in the city attorney's office in Denver. And I would certainly strongly recommend having that language in an ethics code here. So, current laws and policy. Right now, the city does not currently have an ethics code. However, City Council does have an ethics policy which lives in CP 14, which was adopted by resolution in 2009 and amended in 2014 and 2021. There are also ethical requirements scattered throughout the city charter and a complaint process, which you know of, which is established in City Council Policy 25. I want to highlight that Section 7, Article 29 of the Colorado Constitution provides, in relevant part, that any municipality may adopt ordinances or charter provisions with respect to ethics matters that are more stringent than provisions herein. And I highlight that because there is a low bar, right, that is established in the state constitution that is at a minimum what I believe the city should adopt in its ethics code. Also highlight that we have adopted that in CP 14. So what do we have right now? Current policy is CP 14. There are 10 sections in the current policy. I'll quickly read through them. Note that there are asterisks next to some of them. So there's a public trust, breach of fiduciary duty section, confidentiality, conflict of interest, disclosure of conflict, city council compulsory attendance and conduct at council meetings, acceptance of gratuities, elected officials not to be employed, and restriction on employment of former elected and appointed officials, anti-nepotism, ex parte contacts, and behavior of elected or appointed officials of the city of Commerce City. So why are those items asterisked? While important, some of the categories above are not typically found in ethics codes. For example, the council compulsory attendance, ex parte contacts, and conduct at council meetings, and behavior of elected or appointed officials are by nature conduct issues. Some other issues that we had identified in Council Policy 14. If you read through CP 14, there are provisions that apply to, and I use quotations intentionally, Commerce City officials, city council, elected official, and sometimes there's the use of employees. The scope of application and which complaint and review process to use is unclear. Moreover, it's odd and confusing to have a city council policy that arguably applies to city employees. The best practice throughout the state is to codify an ethics code and municipal code, which will provide clarity to all. Moreover, City Council Policy 14 does not have an established advisory opinion process. So let's just dive right in. Below are some council decision points that will assist me in drafting of an ethics code to bring forward to the body. And we will go through each of these 4 items in detail in subsequent slides. The first one is, who should this ethics code be applicable to, right? Right now, council policy, as I said, 14, arguably certainly applies to council, maybe board and commissions, and sometimes it says city employees. Obviously, we have a city charter that clarifies who has authority to oversee city staff. Second issue, creating a process for seeking advisory opinions. Third issue, reevaluating our complaint process. And 4, identifying the scope of what should be covered in the ethics code and discussing keeping council conduct issues in council policy as opposed to putting in an ethics code or potentially creating a code of conduct. So let's go into the first issue, which is applicable to whom. I strongly recommend that it is applicable to everyone that is associated with the city. This is how most jurisdictions do it. So I would recommend that it's officers, officials, and employees. I've specifically drafted this language to include all of those individuals. An officer would be the mayor, mayor pro tem, members of city council, as well as your appointees, which are myself, the city manager, and the municipal judge. Official would mean any member of a city board or commission. And an employee would be any person other than an officer and the employee of the city or any of its agencies or departments, and any person employed without compensation. The idea here is you have a uniform code of ethics, right, that is applicable to everyone that is representing the city. And we will talk about the complaint process a little bit later, but I do think there should be a different complaint process for city employees as opposed to officers and officials. I think one glaring hole that I see in CP 14 is there's not an opportunity to seek advice formally. There's not an opportunity to seek advice on ethical issues, right? So the question that let me go back. Is council generally in agreement that this should be applicable to officers, officials, and employees? I sort of assume that, and great. So, advisory opinion process. The purpose of establishing this process is to obtain an advisory opinion to provide officers, officials, and city employees with an opportunity to seek advice prior to taking action, right, to determine whether or not that action could constitute a violation of the Code of Ethics. Now, municipalities have taken different approaches to this. Some have, written their code such that the city attorney's office is the advisory for all opinions. Some have city attorney's office is for the employee and board of commissions, but a third party provides review or advisory opinions for city council. And other jurisdictions, like I said earlier, that are much larger, create boards of ethics to provide opinions and also to oversee the investigation and complaint process. My recommendation would be to have that live within my office. I think just given the size of the community, I think that my office could handle it without the need for additional resources. If that were to change, I think we could look at seeking outside counsel assistance. But, you know, I think a very solid guiding principle or guiding municipality is Brighton, and this is the way that they do it. So I don't know if council has any questions on that, but again, I do think the process to get advisory opinions is important.
I'm just listening. Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I believe it should also apply to public speakers that come and speak at our meetings. We've had a lot of public speakers show up that, in my opinion, got way out of line.
So we couldn't apply an ethics code to a member of the public, right? I mean, we couldn't behold them to a review process, but I think what you're getting at is the expectation of certain conduct and behavior in the chambers, right? Which we certainly have, I should say you all certainly have some latitude in that, and it is baked in to some of your council policies of what types of behaviors should and should not be appropriate, you know, in the chambers. We also have to juggle that with First Amendment rights and individuals. There's a very large latitude for individuals to show up in a public forum like the chambers and say things that are inappropriate, and that's the beauty of our Constitution, and we have to respect that.
And we should have the same rights as they have. I mean, we're not allowed to, you know, go overboard when we're talking to them, and if they go overboard when they're talking to us, then they ought to just be able to say, you just violated our rights, and you're done talking. That's my opinion.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. When you think about this advisory opinion and having it within your office, you know, I know your role is to make sure that we're not in a legal risk as a body and as a city. How do you balance the potential conflict of interest if it is a complaint against a city council member or a complaint against an employee? How does that work?
Sure. Good question. Let me clarify. So we are talking about advisory opinions prior to anyone taking an action. So the only way practically speaking, the way an advisory opinion would work is you have a question about an action that you're thinking about taking, and you don't know if that could potentially be seen as a violation of the ethics code. So you're seeking advice prior to the action. That's distinguishable from the review of a complaint, right, of an action that someone else has already taken. And we'll get to the complaint process in a bit. This is actually seeking advice prior to taking the action that could trigger a violation of the ethics code.
How does that, thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
That makes sense. How does that work for, say there's an outside resident who's making a complaint
Yes.
against us?
So an outside resident would not have the right under the ethics code to seek an advisory opinion, right? What they could do is, if there was an action made, submit a complaint, and we'll get to the complaint process in a bit. And I think to answer your question preemptively, I don't think it's appropriate for my office to oversee complaints for that reason. Yes. Does the body have any questions or thoughts on the options, right? Again, municipalities have done this a number of different ways. My thought is, I think that my office can handle advisory opinions, and if it becomes a burden, right, I think we would potentially look at outside counsel, or I would come back to you and seek a revision to the code that has an independent ethics counsel, which effectively would be outside counsel, so.
Councilmember Chacon?
I have kind of a clarifying question, and then I appreciate option 2, but I think we go for the magistrate when there's like ethics issues for the electoral issues. Like I think earlier there was a magistrate that was consulted last election season for something going on, and Dylan would just go back to us. He didn't tell us what was going on, but that there was an investigation.
Yeah, so
does that
that's the complaint process.
Okay.
Which is different than seeking advice before you take action. So we'll get to the complaint process in a minute.
So is there like tiers of complaints, like this on severity?
And we can jump to the complaint process if you would like. So I can.
Can we do it in the order in which the presentation is? We'll come back to it.
I think
It's coming up.
You'll get your question answered.
I would say that for any questions in advance, that they could come to your office. I think that makes perfect sense. If we're deciding whether we're allowed to accept, speaking of hockey, avalanche tickets in the first row from a developer, we might come to you first and ask you if that would be appropriate.
That's the exact kind of question that I would expect our office to answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other comments on that one? Okay, complaint process. Establishing a complaint process in the ethics code. So right now we have Council Policy 25, which establishes a complaint process relative to the conduct of city council members. Excuse me. But CP 25 does not apply to city employees, and I think that's appropriate. I do believe that a separate formal complaint process should be established for codes of ethics violations as opposed to violations of other city council policies. Moreover, I believe that we should distinguish the complaint process for city staff as opposed to officers and officials. And again, that is to ensure that we are respecting the division of roles and authorities under the city charter, right? So to just fully bake that. If there was an arguable ethics violation from a city staff member, we would honor the process that HR has in doing an investigation and making a determination on whether or not a city staff member has violated their role, right, or violated the ethics code. So as far as complaint process options that the city has, we could follow something that is similar to CP 25. And just to highlight what that is, a complaint is sent to the clerk can then send that complaint to a third-party magistrate. If requirements are satisfied, meaning that all the components of a complaint are met, then the magistrate forwards the summary to City Council through the clerk with a written finding as to the sufficiency of the allegations. Council will then consider the magistrate's referral in public and may investigate or assign a third-party investigator. So Brighton does something very similar to this, using a council-appointed independent ethics council, which in this term I think it would be like our magistrate. But they also have a council-appointed hearing officer. So the distinction there is, let's say there's a complaint, let's say the magistrate determines that it's a sufficient complaint that warrants council notification of that complaint. The way that CP 25 is currently written, the council has a role in potentially doing an investigation and or hearing that case, right? My recommendation would be to draft language that allows city council to at least contemplate hiring a hearing officer to hear it, and that hearing officer, for example, in Brighton, is a licensed attorney that can take the role as basically the hearing body, as opposed to putting that onus on city council. Again, you certainly don't need to take that recommendation. I think we could draft the language such that we leave that authority up to council and you all could vote. In Brighton, I think it's a 2/3 vote to appoint a hearing officer as opposed to its city council hearing the case. So that sort of taking a step back, I think CP 25 is a good framework. It makes a lot of sense in this jurisdiction to continue to follow something similar to that. I do think we would want to highlight, right, that process for an ethics code violation is applicable to officers and officials only for the reasons that I just stated. Somewhat tangentially, I do think we still need to keep CP 25 because if there's an allegation of a complaint or violation of other city council policies, we have to have a review process, right? So that an individual in the public can submit a complaint, or council member or whomever, and there's an actual process for that individual to be heard, and to make sure that there's a process that frivolous claims aren't made and then all of a sudden it's publicized, and there's no sort of justice in a frivolous claim being publicized and this council having to deal with it. I'm going to stop there if there are questions about the complaint process.
I just wanted to add, as far as I know, there is a form for the complainant to complete regarding the complaint against a council member, for example.
Yes, there is, and I believe this council adopted that form recently in the last year. Somewhat related to that, I do think some of the confusion in how City Council Policy 25 is written is one of the components of submitting a complaint. It says they must verify the complaint, and it's not in any stretch of the imagination defined as to what that means. Since you brought it up, so the Black's Law Dictionary has a definition of verification, which most of us lawyers know, right? Which is a formal declaration that's made in the presence of an authorized officer, such as a notary public, or that is made under oath, but not in the presence of such an officer. I think an individual in the community that submits a complaint may say, I verify that this is true, but that might not meet what the magistrate's determination of verification means, which is all to say, I think we need to clarify that in the code to clarify exactly what is required. The City of Brighton actually did something similar, and they have very specific language that's actually living in their code. And it says one of the things that is required in the filing of the complaint is a signature of the person submitting the complaint with a verification stating the following. Quote, the undersigned hereby certifies that the information contained within this complaint is true to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief. I have not filed this complaint for the purpose of harassment or to falsely disparage the individuals claimed to have committed violations of the Code of Ethics. I think that was the intent of the verification requirement in CP 25. I don't know. I've never spoken to a magistrate that has reviewed any complaints, but my read is that that might not be clear enough in CP 25, and we should clean that up in the Code of Ethics.
Well, having served on the Policy and Governance Committee since the beginning, I know what the intent was of the Policy and Governance members, and it was essentially what you're saying. Right. I mean, it was even going so far as to ask for someone to notarize the complaint so that the complaint wasn't just specious to ruin someone's reputation or something like that. They really had to be able to put their word on the line. That was the intention of it. Verify wasn't a word that we used, but I guess that's a word that landed in the in CP 25.
Yes, that's right. And just to clarify, I think you could certainly require a notification or a notary. As long as we're clear, I think that's the most important piece. So with that, the next slide.
Hang on a minute. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Just a question around the complaint process. How does it work for, you, city attorney, city manager, or judge, in terms of complaints against council members or overstepping boundaries or whatnot? How does that work?
If one of us were to submit the complaint, is that what you mean?
You're correct.
So it would be the same process. I'm envisioning it would be the same process as if a civilian or citizen, resident submitted a complaint, which is, I believe initially it would be confidential, right? And then it would follow and honor the process of, the third-party magistrate, whatever we end up calling this individual, making a determination of whether or not it's a substantiated claim, and then, following the process. I do have reservations, however, of the complainant remaining anonymous. I mean, I think ultimately there's going to be the requirement to have a hearing, and how that hearing takes place without a complainant is a bit puzzling to me. I think there are some jurisdictions that have allowed the third-party magistrate to actually be the prosecutor in those cases on behalf of the city without the complainant ever being, sort of publicized.
Okay. So following up with that, kind of playing it out, like say you had a complaint, you would have to send your complaint to our city clerk to go work.
So right now under CP 25, the complaint goes to the city clerk.
Yeah.
Yes. There are other jurisdictions that I've seen where the complaint goes to the city manager or to the city attorney. My guess is that the reason why it says city manager or city attorney is that it would go to the city attorney usually, but if it's about the city attorney, they would want it to go to someone else, right? I'm inferring, but again, there's a broad range of the way the complaint processes have been drafted.
So think about internally, what are other cities doing for that? Because I do worry, or not worry is a strong word, but like how does a conflict of interest come? Say there's, a complaint from City Manager Rogers, for example. He has to go to Dylan, who is an employee under City Manager Rogers, to go to, do other cities have a different complaint
They
process?
do. I mean,
for
I don't want to
leadership?
speak for the clerk, but I think he would be ecstatic to not be involved for this exact reason.
I would be so happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's his approach, and we've spoken about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have someone be the recipient of the complaint, right? That is within the city. I can see why it makes sense that it would be within the city attorney's office. We have ethical obligations, right? If it says in the code that we receive it and we shall keep it confidential, that's the law.
Yeah.
We shall keep it confidential. I think that would be applicable to anyone that's receiving it, and I would provide that legal advice to anyone that is under that sort of scope.
Thank you.
One other item, Mr. Zarzaki, which is, did we close a loop on informing a person who has made a complaint that the complaint was reviewed by a magistrate and it was found to be wanting?
Yes, I believe we revised that council policy through.
And we
policy
voted to
governance.
approve that,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, and it was approved on consent.
Okay, so in theory, if someone makes, not in theory, in reality, if someone makes a complaint, it goes to the magistrate, but they have done it formally. It's not about standing at a podium or putting it in social media or an email or whatever. It's filing the complaint formally, and then it goes to the magistrate who determines whether there is, after the city clerk, who determines whether there is,
Basically, to determine whether or not the criteria for making a valid complaint have been met. And if the answer is yes, then the magistrate is to, currently under CP 25, the magistrate is to convey that to the city council. If the answer is no, the complaint does not have the sufficient information to meet the criteria, right? Then I believe they convey that to you, and you're supposed to convey it to me, the city manager and council, or just to me and city council?
That is to you, the city manager and city council,
Yes.
and the complainant.
And the complainant also is informed.
okay. And at what point is the target of the complaint offered the opportunity to
So,
defend themselves?
well, if it doesn't get past the magistrate, never, right? Because it's intentionally supposed to be confidential. To the extent that the magistrate conveys that the prongs of the complaint were met, then, I think there's going to be a very public discussion on the behavior, and that's when the individual is going to have an opportunity to defend themselves, right, through the hearing process. And that hearing could either be before city council, or it could be before a hearing officer, like I was saying a bit earlier.
I think the intention was to adjudicate it elsewhere, if you will, that the investigation would take place, that the magistrate would take care of that, so that there was a complainant, there was a person against whom the complaint was issued, and then the magistrate would hear both sides and then determine whether it should go to the city council, not to eliminate the accused, if you will.
Sure. That's not how I read CP 25 currently.
Then I think it needs to be fixed.
I would agree. And I think certainly fleshed out in more detail for not just city council, right, but also for staff and for myself and for the city manager. Yeah, I'll wait for other
All right,
questions.
thank you.
So on this slide that you have, and I don't think we're there, but I want to give council the opportunity to ask the questions. The other opportunity is to create a board of ethics that would review complaints, investigate, and/or provide advisory opinions. Like I said, large municipalities tend to use some type of this format. For municipalities similar to our size, they're using something similar to what I'm recommending. Are there any questions on the validity or interest of creating a board of ethics? Okay, if not, I'm gonna go to the next slide. This is very brief, but basically, like I said 2 or 3 times now, I'm gonna propose some draft language that very clearly establishes complaint processes for city employees and then also for officers and officials. And then we go to the scope of the ethics code, right? So this is the 4th of 4 things that I would like to get some feedback on from you. So in my opinion, the ethics code should, at a minimum, in order to meet those constitutional requirements, regulate the following: the use of confidential information for private gain, conflicts of interest, gifts, anti-nepotism, prior and subsequent employment, and formalized complaint process. I have seen jurisdictions that also include ex parte communications in quasi-judicial settings. You know, I think I leave that to the body as to whether or not you would like that to be a part of, you know, an ethics code violation potentially. It's roughly 50-50 from what I've seen. Is there any other behavior that council would like to regulate? Again, I think conduct issues are certainly important. I think Councilmember Teeter was highlighting that. Historically, that doesn't live within an ethics code. I think you can create standards of decorum or conduct, right? Standards of conduct. We have some of that. We have a lot of that riddled throughout city council policy. I think that's an appropriate place for it to live, but I want to give the body an opportunity to talk about it.
Any council members want to add anything else? Mayor Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney Lee Zarzecki. So when someone comes to their podium, public comments, on their amendment, they are allowed to say whatever they want for their 3 minutes, correct?
For 3 minutes, and I would not say whatever they want, but it's a very
Well, not whatever they want,
it's a
but
very
as far as like,
it's a very broad latitude of what they may say. Yes.
right. I'm just making just a statement of if someone came there and decided to use curse words the whole 3 minutes.
I believe.
And then, yeah, and then they proceeded after. Then something could happen after the 3 minutes, but we couldn't really justify or say anything about the contents of what they're saying, right?
Yeah, and I know you and I have spoken about this, you know, sort of off the record, right, on me giving advice on what happens when you have a raucous crowd potentially. So I'm happy to give you that legal advice again. I would recommend that we do that outside of the public forum, just to protect your attorney-client privilege.
Oh, no, I understand that, but just that, what we can do, someone, you know, as far as what they are stating, they can say whatever they want for 3 minutes.
Sure,
I think we open up the door when we allow the 3 minutes of public comments.
Yes, I'm going to give you a very broad answer, which is in the instance where an individual approaches the dais and during his or her 3 minutes is being very disrespectful or raucous, my recommendation, and has been my recommendation, would be to call a recess so that, you know, we can allow the temperature to lower in the room a bit, and we can make decisions thereafter depending on what that individual does when we come back.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you. Would this include, when we talk about ethics there, city attorney, are we also talking about, like, for example, like how behavior towards each other, behavior towards the staff?
Right.
I don't know if is that more just common sense. Now I will tell you, be the first one to tell you, like, I remember there was a time between me and Mayor Pro Tem Noble. We went at it, or actually I was pretty much loud enough as it was, and I'd be honest with you, I apologize for that. But I have no problems calling myself out on those types of deals, because I know I can hold myself accountable to that. So I just wonder, is that part of something we add in with ethics, or is that more of a code, or what is?
Yes, I think it's a conduct issue that you're trying to address.
Okay. So I guess when we get to conduct, then I think we'll.
Yes, and again, I think some of those things are already contemplated in city council policies. And one exercise that, the Policy and Governance Committee could promote is whether or not it makes sense to consolidate all of those conduct type of sort of rules or requirements into one council policy, because there are lines throughout a number of different council policies that at their heart govern how we should interact.
What about and I think maybe I'm not seeing it here, but using our position for gain. For example, and I'm going to throw this example out there, and I won't mention names or whatever, but this was like several years ago, when I first moved here and all. I remember person I talked to and all, they told me that somebody on city council was basically saying, using that who I am theory, I guess, or that statement, and trying to basically gain in something that would be advantageous to them. I don't know, is that considered potential like an ethics deal or something?
That's certainly yes. That's
Okay.
at the heart of what the ethics code's trying to accomplish, right? Which is using or abusing your role or our role to have private gain. Yes, that would fall within the scope of the ethics code.
Good deal. No problems letting people know that I ran a red light, and I even told Mr. Rogers to make sure that ticket got through so I could pay my ticket. So, anyways, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I would like to see that in this. I mean, if it's up to the board, if up to the council, of specific language about using our position to influence city staff and residents. Like, how do you capture that? Because I do worry about, and I'm thinking about bullying, right? Say, hey, I'm a city councilor or whatever, and you use that position to with the intent of getting a decision based on your belief. And we can couch it in like, it's just a recommendation, but there's some things that are more than just recommendations, right? So how do we get that in writing?
Yeah, so actually it goes to the next slide. So, I recognize I want to be respectful of your time. The next 4 slides have some of the foundational provisions that I've already crafted that would be in this ethics code, right? This is the first one.
Okay.
The use of confidential information for private gain. No officer, official, or employee shall use their public office or position or disclose or use confidential information to obtain private gain, right?
Sorry, can I respond?
Yes, of course.
When I read that, I think of something different. I think of like if I had a vote and an environmentalist group came and talked to me and I was like, they offered whatever because of environmental justice or whatnot, and I used the information I knew to help them. I think that's separate from using your position to duly influence, suggest, or dictate staff direction. That's one part, and that's not covered specifically there because, again, it should be the body that makes decision. And I do worry that sometimes we don't. And you heard me say this, like we don't go as a body to say this is our consensus. This is a direction of a few, and so we need to codify that somewhere.
I can certainly try to craft something. I mean, I think you're right. It would be distinguishable from the use of confidential information for private gain, right? I think there's going to be an inevitable gray area as to when an elected official speaks to someone, was that received as you know, flexing your muscle, or was it you just being a council member and having a conversation and they perceived it as something more than it was? I'm not in any way minimizing that concern. I think we'll just have to flesh that out.
Yeah, and I think it would be worth having that discussion. That's where in my mind, the complaint process highlights
Right.
It's like growing up and you had mandatory, or you had optional workouts when you played sports, right? It's like, hey, it's optional.
Right.
But if you don't show up, you don't play, right? So it's not optional. And so I worry about that sometimes. Like, yeah, it's just a suggestion, but
Yes.
so anyway, I'd love to codify that somehow. The other piece, going back to the process, I want to think about the whistleblower piece, because I do have a concern with, not Dylan, not the city clerk per se, but like, would the city manager or one of your leadership or you as a city attorney feel comfortable really sharing a level of details to our city clerk if you really have some big issues with some of the city council members, right? And I bring it up because I don't know the solution to that, but it's something
Yes.
we have to think about. Am I wrong, City Manager Rogers or City Attorney? Or am I leading too much am I thinking too much about that process? Because if it's not a big point, then I'll leave it alone.
No, I think there's some validity into your question. You know, I've not given it very much thought. With, you know, ethics has been something that's been running through the city attorney, but, you know, I think, you know, for whistleblowing, and, you know, there's the sensitivity around that, and trying to keep that within a confidential but yet a small environment or network of who needs to be involved, so that it doesn't create any creates any biased perceptions without having all of the facts. And I think that's an important piece from my perspective, because, right, with involving certain staff. So, but city attorney?
Yeah, I mean, let's just be frank. It is awkward and it's difficult, right? I mean, I think the reality is, particularly coming from my office, is that is a majority of what we do, is we're dealing with confidential information. And, you know, usually when the attorneys get involved, there's a reason. So it's not dissimilar from a standard week in my practice, right? I hear you. I have not seen any jurisdiction that directly sends a complaint to someone outside of the city, right? I'm not saying you couldn't do it, but how would we know that the complaint actually was received, was reviewed, that the processes under our code are actually being followed, right? There's just no real gatekeeper for it. I do want to highlight something, though, that you said, which is, if you remember in one of the first slides when I said big picture purpose of the ethics code, right? So I'm going to restate it, which is, additionally, officers, officials, and employees should comply with both the letter and the spirit of the ethics code and strive to avoid situations that create impropriety or the appearance of impropriety. And again, having the advisory opinions, that this was a key issue, right? So if you're even within question of being in violation of an ethics code, the advice is going to be, don't do it. Thank you for asking. You probably should not do it, right, to safeguard yourself. So,
Councilmember Chacon?
Just for clarity, because is this the ex parte section? So I don't think anyone here's done it, but I'm just saying, let's say a developer comes to city staff or city council and wants to pay them to have a certain permit pushed through or something. Is that the ex parte or this section?
yeah, so ex
How do you
parte is
prove
not
that? Like how?
related to this section. Ex parte is not currently drafted in the slide, but ex parte communications would be, everyone knows that you have a PUD zone hearing coming up, right? So developer is a party to that hearing. You're acting in your quasi-judicial capacity. That developer reaches out to you and says, I'd love to grab lunch. I'd like to talk to you about how great this zoning is going to be. That's an ex parte communication, right? So some jurisdictions have created a violation of their ethics code if an officer or official has had an ex parte communication in a known quasi-judicial setting.
Okay, and then this is for like if they gave them money or they gave them something else, the private gave
Yes,
themselves.
this is for a much broader sort of scope.
And forgive me, I think actually Councilmember Kim was before me. I saw his hand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you. No worries, Councilmember Chacon. Kind of want to relay, or not relay, I want to extend into a little bit what Councilmember Dukes was talking about too earlier. Now it's not just. I think it's not just talking to different people, but I'm wondering, like, I worry about staff, right? Obviously if we start going down the path of us talking to staff, and staff obviously they see I'm just picking on you, Mayor Douglas, but please don't hurt me. Like to someone like the mayor or the council member or something like that, where they feel like they have to do something now because it's a priority or whatever. I mean, is that something that we would try to throw into this to basically say, I'm trying to tease this out a little bit more, I guess, trying to figure out what is the right wording to say that, because I basically, for myself, I don't want it to be where, where if I talk to, for example, Kylie, right, from PRG or something, it's not like, I'm going to have her, I'm not asking her to do something. It's just, I'm not going to tell her to do something because she's not in my, I'm not in her chain, basically.
Sure. I hear you. Let me.
One more thing, City Attorney. Sorry, I just remember this. The other part too is regarding. We talk about whistleblower a little bit too, but is a potential for retaliation. I think that I don't know if that's something we want to try to address, or is that going to be addressed as well? Anyways, those are the two things.
I'll tackle the first one. So just in my brain, I'm trying to sort of put these in buckets, right? So we obviously have a city charter. The city charter establishes the roles and responsibilities for each section of the government, right? There's a city attorney section, there's a mayor section, there's a mayor pro tem section, there's a city council section, there's a city manager section. So if someone is acting in violation of the charter, that is a legal problem, with or without an ethics code. Moreover, there's city council policies that clarify, help highlight what roles and responsibilities are and should be. And I'm sorry I haven't memorized all the council policies yet, but and I don't remember exactly which one it is, but there's language that clarifies city council's relationship in communicating with city staff, right? And it is very clear on who they should reach out to. Generally speaking, under the charter, it should be to the city manager. I've obviously provided a memorandum for that exact reason. So to answer your question, Councilmember Kim, should that be baked into a code of ethics? I will say it's not historically baked into other municipalities' codes of ethics, but that's not to say it's not equally important and that there's not a process, right, for someone to submit a complaint or to highlight that very real problem. I think that's baked in Council Policy 25 now, and I think, to the extent anyone were to ask me, I would certainly point into those charter provisions to say these are the rules. As far as whistleblower, I hear you. I mean, I think, again, we can craft it such to try to protect the individual that's submitting the complaint to his highest degree as possible. And that's really what we have done in CP25 for the most part.
I think there are a number of challenges, of course. And to expand on Councilmember Duke's comments, the reverse is true as well. If a council member has complaint about the city manager, the city attorney, or the city clerk, or whomever, then a council member is in an awkward position as well. So that it is challenging, to say the least.
It is, and this is really helpful. I mean, one thing we can look into is whether or not there's a way to have a third-party magistrate that is approved by council, right, that receives the complaints outside of myself, the clerk, or the city manager. We could look into that. I've not seen that, but I certainly hear you. And again, I think Dylan would take me to lunch if that's where we ended up. So
I do think that's
duly noted.
that does seem to me to be a good idea. And I would like to point out that in our very lengthy council policies, several of these things that have been discussed are touched upon, and that council member behavior in meetings, what to do when someone's at the podium, whether there can be favoritism displayed by staff towards any council member. All of those things are in council policies. And are they considered ethics policies? I think what you're trying to do here is to craft an ethics policy that applies to the city government and takes into account council members and leadership, and all of the staff. And then we have council policies that work in parallel, if you will, because typically the ethics code, because I went through this with CML, the ethics code is fairly limited in what it tackles, and that it doesn't get into behavior as much as council policies do, for example. So if you're looking at the use of confidential information for private gain, that doesn't address what I have heard council members say regarding using their position to obtain something from someone who wants something from the city.
Right.
Like making a promise in some way that they can't really make, shouldn't be making. But they're saying, because I'm a council person or because I'm a city attorney, I can help smooth the way. So it's for their private gain, using our stature for their private gain, or potentially ours. That's unethical. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, yes. I'm tracking.
All right, thank you. Would you like to go to the next slide then?
I got one more thing, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I didn't see your hand up. Yes, Councilmember Krim.
No worries. So I like what Mayor Pro Tem said earlier, which is regarding a third party outside of, obviously, like she said, if it's a complaint that is, for example, I have if we have a problem with you, Mr. Zarzecki, or Mr. Rogers, or even Ms. Carson, or even Dylan, or whatever, we should be able to have a third party basically to kind of be able to go through that process, and that same opportunity be afforded for you guys as well. I think that'd be something worth exploring, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, I and this is where I just feel like maybe we're going way too much in the weeds of all this. I think at the end of the day, I think we could really just, if we got a problem with each other, let's address it with each other. I don't know how much more plain language I have to say, unless you're Dylan and me. Dylan and I always have problems, but other than that, I think that if we have a problem with each other, I think grown enough to be able to have a civilized conversation at some point. I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Could you make the distinction again between your ethics policy suggestions and our council policies? Like where the differentiation is, because how we get along with each other isn't necessarily in an ethics policy, or is it? No, I mean, it's just for Mr. Zarzaki.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought that was to Mr. Kim, to Councilmember Kim. Can you restate that, please?
Yep. If you could restate ethics policy versus council policy. So ethics policy, what his parameters are versus what the parameters are for
Sure.
council policy, because how we get along with each other is within council policy. How we get along with the outside world, in my view, is ethics policy.
Correct. I'm going to distinguish it slightly different, which is conduct versus ethics, right? And this is all governed by the state constitution and what the minimum ethical requirements are, particularly if a municipality is going to adopt an ethics code, right? So that we're not subject to the constitutional requirements.
Right.
The things that I'm laying out is the bare minimum. But I think at the heart of the conversation is, attention on conduct of council amongst yourselves. That is not historically something that lives within a code of ethics. It certainly can live in council policies. You could codify it as a code of conduct. I think because it's narrow to council, it makes sense to have it highlighted in council policies. And again, a lot of it's already in there. It's just a matter of compliance. So.
Thank you. Councilor Chacon?
Only because I did this for the chamber, Fort Collins Chamber of Commerce and their organizations, because they were having so many conduct issues. I think that a conduct training for literally what's good and bad conflict, so we can work through conflict without violence, could be used at one of our retreats to help support these type of ethic discussions. I don't know if we could do that, but it worked for them. I've done it for a couple other spaces too, Blue Green Alliance, labor unions, and it's just literally how to fight without violence and know what is a good conflict, what is a bad conflict. Are you attacking the person or are you attacking the issue? So I don't know where you go with that, but it has worked in other spaces.
So I can tell you CIRSA certainly has resources. They give this training. I think I've mentioned this to council several times. We met, myself and the deputy city attorney met with Sam Light last October to identify what resources they have available. This is a constant conversation that they have, and they have training opportunities. There's a number of resources available on their website, specifically for public officials in municipal government, and how do you work together? It's by nature can be a contentious issue. So those resources are available. I'm happy to assist in getting you all those resources or helping provide training. Moreover, to the extent that there's a desire to have a facilitator for a council retreat, additional council retreat, then we can certainly help out with that.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, I just want to kind of go back. The way I hear Councilmember Kim, and I agree with a lot of his statements, and the thing I'm wrestling with is there is a different dynamic. As a peer, as colleagues, I think we can address each other, and we have talked about that at our last retreat that we put together about our code of our council policies and our guiding principles. But I do think there is a power dynamic that's separate from us being supervisors of the city manager, city attorney, and in your staff. And I want to make sure that that's recognized, because it's not always easy for, if we have an issue with any of our city employees that we supervise, that should be brought up in executive session as a part of performance review. If there's an issue the other way, where I feel for a city manager, a city attorney, in our judge as well, is that I want to create a process and codify a process that we can understand if things are being asked of our city staff that is not of the overall body. And I want it to be in a transparent way that, because in my mind, that's using our position to influence the folks that we're supervising. And we have to be clear, because if we don't know about it, if I don't know about it, but they're experiencing that, then we have to figure out a way to empower our city team to be able to share with the whole body, because we can't change behavior, and that's where I'm getting at, behavior change. We do have the code of ethics in my mind, and we think about confidential personal gain. I think it's more about a role, and I want behavior change. And so we got to have language in here that promotes behavior change, that allows our employees to share with us the challenges that one of us, one of 9, has expressed or feel or perceived, direction or in our role, perceived the need to do something. And we have to figure out a process. And I think that's where I would like to see, that's where I'm getting at about the role, not for confidential information, but in our way of using our position and status to duly influence someone else.
All right, would you like to move on?
Yes, so I'll be quick with the remaining slides, Mayor Pro Tem. So these are the foundational provisions. We've talked a little bit about use of confidential information. There's a conflict of interest provision that's going to be included. I'm not going to read through the slide. There's a gifts requirement, right, that has a prohibition on gifts, anti-nepotism, and prior employment and subsequent employment. You'll see all of this in 2 readings of the ordinance. Most of this language is, if not verbatim, very similar to the language that already exists in CP 14. I just had them as slides to clarify. This is the foundation of an ethics code. Again, we've talked about advisory opinions. I think I've gotten the direction from you on that, which is, it'll live in my office for the foreseeable future, and if we need to change and pivot, we can. That is all I have.
Does anyone else have any closing comments for the city attorney? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Sure thing. I will say one last thing, which is, I'm assuming some of you are going to ask, well, when is the draft ordinance coming? With this advice, this is very helpful. We can move forward. We're 85–90% there. My hope is that we have this to you, if not by the end of Q1, early Q2. So it's very close.
Okay. Fortunately, I think even without an ethics code for the city, that's one thing in my 5 years that I've been on council that I haven't heard has been an issue for any of the council members. So I'm glad we're moving forward with this so it's codified, but at the same time, thank you to everyone for adhering to a more moral code of ethics. Thank you. And now we move on to city park curfew. And I'm not sure who is speaking. I see Jim Tolbert is up.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our Assistant City Manager.
My job here is simply to introduce this tonight and talk to you just a bit. As was mentioned at the last meeting, we have a group that we put together that's working and looking at issues related to our homelessness and how we can deal with different aspects of that. And they've been working together to come put this together tonight. So we've got several people that are going to speak to you. Our city attorney is going to start off the presentation, and then others will step in, and we're going to try to run through this to keep you on time. But, Lee?
Sure. So, quick introduction. On November 18th, 2024, Council approved a motion directing the city attorney to prepare a legal memo analyzing whether the city council may amend Section 71004 to change the park's curfew from 11 p.m. to dusk at 9 p.m. or another time that it deems appropriate. as you all know, I sent you a legal memo addressing that as well as 2 other issues. Great. Issue 1, Parks Curfew Code change. Yes, in a nutshell, City Council certainly can change the city's parks curfew. That would require an ordinance. CCRMC currently establishes the park curfew at 11 and 5 a.m. Based on staff research, neighboring municipalities' parks curfews are similar, as I had highlighted in that memorandum. I should say there may be implications to a curfew change, and further staff research of alternative options for City Council to consider may be useful to understand those practical impacts. For example, if there are park signs that have the curfew timing, we might have to order different signs. If there's programming in the summer, that might also have to change, but just to highlight that. Issue 2 was the use of an emergency ordinance, as I had highlighted. You can use council can use an emergency ordinance in certain circumstances if it's immediately necessary for the preservation of public health, safety, or welfare. I would not recommend the use of an emergency ordinance in this context. And current enforcement summary.
Hi, Kathy Levesque, Deputy Director for Parks, Recreation, and Golf. I worked with our rangers to compile information about their enforcement over the last 6 months. This encompasses a time period from about June through November of 2024. I should note that rangers aim for education and compliance when talking with residents and park users about following the park rules. And they might issue verbal warnings before proceeding to a written warning or a summons. And so here we have a compilation over there with their activity over the last 6 months. Written warnings were by far the most common that we have counts for. We had 160 written warnings, and then 46 summons or citations. We had 69 postings for abandoned property, and then 1 large encampment cleanup where we needed to work with a contractor. And I should note too, the summons are typically for repeat offenders or scenarios where somebody might have multiple offenses going on in the park. And then this is a breakdown of our written warnings by park. Sand Creek Trail has the most at 28 written warnings over that 6-month period, followed by Fairfax Park at 20. And then the numbers start to drop with Pioneer Park at 12, the Arsenal Perimeter Trail at 11, and Prairie Gateway Open Space also at 11. And then they drop down to single digits in terms of written warnings by the parks. And you can see there are quite a few parks that maybe only had 3 written warnings, or many that just had 1 written warning per park during that time period. And then as far as the types of issues that come up for these written warnings, most of them, 42 of them, were for camping or tents on park property. And then 30 were for dog off leash and 29 for motorized vehicles. And then after that, you can again see the numbers start to drop off into the single digits where we have parking and either dumping or littering of trash. We had 6 that were issued for the park being closed or people violating curfew. And with this, I wanted to note our rangers are typically not on duty at night when the curfew is in effect. We've occasionally had rangers do some night shifts, but typically at night we have a private security firm that patrols the parks, and they are able to engage with folks if they see that they're in the park after hours, and they can also call the police for enforcement during that time as well. And then just some notes about the numbers that I shared and that information. The Rangers enforcement activity is still on paper at this time. It's not automated. So those totals that we provided you are pretty close, but might not be completely exact. We are working on getting them automated. And then our Rangers really do focus on education and compliance. And so they often, they can issue verbal warnings, but we don't have a record of how many of those verbal warnings were issued. And in Veterans Park specifically, Most of the issues that happen there are resolved with verbal warnings. Most of our ranger contacts actually do happen in that park, but since they're resolved with verbal warnings, you don't see that in the counts that we just shared. And then our rangers have also been doing some research on park policies that might be beneficial for Commerce City. And one that they had found was a shopping cart policy. This was recently adopted in Yakima, Washington, where shopping carts are prohibited in parks. This is something that our rangers feel could be helpful to Commerce City in terms of helping to reduce the volume of personal property that ends up in parks, and also helping to reduce where paths or other amenities are blocked, and prohibiting other people from being able to get around easily. Our current revised municipal code covers abandoned shopping carts, but it doesn't necessarily prohibit shopping carts in parks. So that's something that, if further enforcement on that was deemed necessary, we could look at amending that section. And I'll hand it back to Lee.
So this is just a summary of the various enforcement tools that the city has already under Chapter 7. I won't read through all of the bullets, but the highlight here is, there are a number of illicit activities that the city already has authority and discretion to enforce on.
We wanted to switch gears a little bit. We talked about the enforcement, but at the last council study session, y'all asked something about what community well-being is doing, what kind of numbers and effect they had. So I want to take a second. We got a couple of slides. Jeremy from our community well-being outreach team is going to come up and just go over a few quick numbers with you.
Hi, my name's Jeremy Olvera, Community Wellbeing, Community Navigator, Homeless Outreach. And so last year, we were able to make 2,523 points of contact. What that looks like is it could be anywhere from outreach to folks coming into walk-ins, phone calls, emails, etc. We keep spreadsheets for all of them, so we're able to maintain our records. 69 medical contacts. We have a excuse me. We have a nonprofit in which we partner with called YHC, and they go out with us on outreach, as well as at the well, which is these pictures that you see here. Church here in Commerce City, we've partnered with them, and we serve a warm meal the second Friday of each month. We have navigators there, we have YHC. We're seeing a lot of folks from Commerce City come in, and they could receive navigation from Community Wellbeing as well. 24 households were placed into bridge housing. Bridge housing is just kind of that gap between being on the streets to being in permanent housing, and the bridge is allowing them the opportunity to just kind of fill the gap. 7 at permanent housing placements, and as we hosted 7 wells, it started in July of last year. And we have 3 medical providers. And as of last month, we just got word that we will have a medical provider there every single month when we have the well, which initially was going to be every other month, but now it's going to be every month moving forward. Our outreach efforts, we go out 1 to 2 times a week. We understand in working with park rangers as well as community members, Veterans Park has been a place where we've made it a point for us to visit at least once a week. We also partner with the SWAP program, which is a Severe Weather Activation Program, meaning that if it's 32 and wet or 20 below and dry, there's motels that activate people who we're working with through case management. We're able to hopefully get them vouchered into a room. There are some certain criterias that we have to look at, but we did make intentional efforts to go into Veterans Park for those. And right now we have 3 regular park users, speaking of Veterans Park, that are in the process of being placed into permanent housing. And the pictures that you see here are actually after a SWAP activation. So we were able to go back to the park, we were able to voucher some folks, and that was the difference between when we weren't able to have the vouchers and when we did. Maybe we have a video. And this video was created in short just to kind of share our story.
Before you click,
Sorry.
that's all right. And I truly apologize.
No, it's okay.
But we are creeping up on 10:30, and I don't know how long this video will last, so I need to get the city council
Okay. It's a
to
minute and 30
agree
seconds.
to extend the meeting beyond 10:30 to 11:15, please. May I have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon moves to extend the meeting to 11:15. Do I have a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And so we need to take a vote now. All those in favor of extending to 11:15, please raise your hand. Okay, that's 5. All those opposed? Okay, all right. We do have opposition, but we do have a majority to extend. So my apologies. Please, the video. Thank you.
They've been very, 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 very helpful. And if anything else, they help me keep my sanity and realize that there is still good people in this world. I can't say enough good things about them. Without that help, I'm not sure where I would be. I'll be more lost than I already am.
And after that, I'll pass it over to Sarah, who's going to talk about safe parking.
Good evening. Sarah Mondesire, Community Wellbeing Manager. So another program that we utilize to help folks who are unhoused is Safe Parking. It is a program that allows folks who are living in their vehicles safe, legal parking overnight attached to resources and case management. Unfortunately, Colorado Safe Parking Initiative closed its doors last month due to budget cuts. But fortunately, the majority of the Denver Metro safe parking lots are able to continue to operate with support of community partners. Here in Adams County, we have 2 lots. One of them is in Commerce City. The other is in unincorporated, partnered with Salvation Army. So part of the continuation of safe parking lots is Community Wellbeing has taken the role of intake coordination for all of the Adams County's lots. So this provides us direct referrals and intakes through our case management into these safe lots. Our goal is to increase safe lots in Commerce City and in Adams County. So we kind of stepped up and decided to take over the coordination, and that was one piece that was missing for Adams County's lots. So you'll see in 2024, in between the 2 lots that we did have in Commerce City, 43 households were served, 20 households exited into permanent housing, and while their time during the Safe Lot program and being attached to case management, 19 households earned income well in the program. So it's a successful program. We want to continue it, and we want to increase having safe parking in Commerce City. And now Jim Tolbert will take over.
So in conclusion, a couple of things. As the city attorney said, the council could amend the code to change the park curfew. We could research alternative options for you to consider if you would like to look at impacts of changing the curfew. You could amend Ordinance 77-1004 with an emergency ordinance, but as the attorney has recommended, that's not advisable. There's also a number of activities that are prohibited by Chapter 7 of the code that we will continue to enforce. And as you saw, that our rangers are doing enforcement using those codes when we can. And then finally, as recommended by the Rangers, council could decide that you'd like us to bring back an ordinance that would change the code to ban shopping carts from parks and the right-of-way, which the park rangers feel like if we did not allow the shopping carts, it would help reduce the congregating that we have in many places. So those are the options that are available. Again, we want to show you the things that the team is doing in spite of everything that's happening. And I think we're making progress, but it's a big problem. This is a good night to be doing this. Tomorrow's a point in time count, and Sarah and her team will be out on the streets with volunteers to look and actually get a number of how many homeless individuals we have in the city. The number may be down a little from last year because she explained to me with the SWAP program, we've got quite a few people that have been housed because of the weather that in another week might be back out on the street. But this is when the whole Denver area does it, so that'll be done tomorrow. And we'll have a good idea of what our population is. So we'll be glad to open it up to questions to anybody on the team if you have any.
Thank you all for your presentation. Thank you for your teamwork. Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you all for your work. It's incredibly important. This one always hits close to home because my brother died homeless in Skid Row, and I myself have been homeless where I was living in my car in 2008, and I had 2 jobs. So it can be a lot closer to home than people realize, and how quickly you can actually lose your housing and how it affects you is dramatic. One, I would like to volunteer to help, to go as a council member, and any resources I could bring in that way. But 2, I have a question. If you have safe lots for those that are able to park, is there a way to establish a safe lot for those that are living on the streets, essentially, where they can go there in the evening? There can be resources like showers, laundromats, things like that. Is it only for those that are living in their car, essentially?
Yeah, so the Safe Parking Lots is partnered with churches, so it's after hours, so they aren't able to enter into their lots till close of business hours, and then they have to leave in the morning.
Would also add that with the ARPA allocation that you made recently, you did allocate money that the community wellbeing team is going to be buying a portable or mobile shower facility so we can take it to different events and give opportunities for people to get a chance to take a shower. I think it's going to have laundry also, so they can do their laundry.
And one quick follow-up question is for the shopping carts. I understand the need to remove the shopping carts, but is there a way to, those are often people's belongings, like how can you make sure that you're not going to dramatically impact them when they're already in such a vulnerable situation, or not criminalize them where they can, if they can afford a fine?
Is that one that Lee needs to jump in?
He's looking to the city attorney. Yeah, I mean, I think there's practical implications of excuse me. There's practical implications of confiscating shopping carts, right? And I think in speaking with Parks, I think they're looking at Yakima County. That was one of the first municipalities that has banned the use of shopping carts in the public rights of way and parks, and in large part because they were being abandoned and left in parks, or they were being left unattended. I don't recall off the top of my head, but I believe they have a process baked into their code where any personal belongings are kept for a certain period of time. I mean, there's certainly a constitutional takings issue with discarding someone's personal property without due process, right? So I think if that's something that this body would be interested in doing, I think we would reach out to understand exactly what the Washington Code looks like, and understand what positives they've experienced versus lessons learned in their codification of their law. But I don't envision any process where, people's personal belongings are taken.
Okay. And then the fine too, we don't want to criminalize homelessness, so how can we make sure we're
Certainly
not?
cannot criminalize homelessness.
Yes,
Let me be
that
very
can-
clear. And also, you cannot govern who is congregating in public property. So let's just be very, very clear about that, right? And that is not, I don't think that's the intent of the conversation, and that's not the intent of the presentation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you so much for all that you do. I love seeing that you are getting people permanent housing, and that's fantastic. I did suggest to the county that they be the ones that put a mobile unit together so that they're serving other areas. What we don't want to see is that we're attracting those people who live in other areas to Commerce City, because it does impact the people who live here as well. So I don't know how far you are into the process, but it might be something that you talk to the county and see if you can do a collaboration so that that unit is not necessarily just here in Commerce City, but it's working throughout the region so that we make sure that if we're not attracting people from other areas here, because it does impact our people who call Commerce City home as the place that they reside. And so we do have to think about the balance there. But just seeing the numbers that you have gotten into permanent housing, that is to be commended. And I did get to join you for the last event you had at 180 Church, and boy, you're doing great things there, Jeremy, Sarah, and the community well-being floor in, I don't know what I guess it's South Platte Crossing Building. I hear so many different names for it, but just the fact that that exists and we have resources for people in a very professional setting. And Sarah, you did a fantastic job of doing the decorating for that floor. So, and the fact that you all, we waited so long for that floor to be completed, and we did it in-house, saved the taxpayers so much money by doing it that way. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for what you're doing, and know that you can look to me to participate and volunteer as well.
Councilmember Dukes?
Sorry, actually, Mayor was before me. Mayor.
I thought you were next, according to my screen,
Okay.
and I was watching.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You're next, Mayor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is an issue that we've been hearing a lot about, and that issue is strong worded, but this is a challenge that we've been hearing a lot about over the last year and a half. And I had a similar concern that Councilmember Chacon had around the shopping carts. And I wanted to share that I was able to go down there and talk to the park ranger supervisor, as well as some of the on-house community and Veterans Park, and actually asked that question around shopping carts. And the way it was explained to me was that there will be a process to let folks understand that this ordinance is coming, right? That's the first step. And it felt assured because they know the community, and they felt like, and you see it in the numbers, there's a number of warnings, and then the warnings lead to like them correcting it. But the challenge is some folks come back and you need another warning, and it goes into needing some fines or summons. And so, but I say all that because I left assured that the park rangers know who's there, who's a part of the community, who's been experiencing challenges. and that they'll give a communication around the shopping carts coming is going to be illegal to have them, and they're not going to take their possessions. What they'll do is they'll say, you know, you got to find a place to put your possessions because the shopping cart's here, and then they'll take the shopping cart. The other thing that I realize is that the shopping cart is technically stolen property, right? Unless the businesses claim them, right, and say claim them stolen. So that's the other piece that I wrestle with around this is stolen property and it is using to, you know, hold their belongings. But with the resources from community well-being, as well as the human first approach to saying, hey, this is coming, I feel confident on the fact that having a shopping cart ban is a first step. And the other piece that I've wrestled with is the idea of curfew. And again, having a number of discussions around curfew, I was worried about the possibility that some of the city events that are taking place that we talked about earlier would be disrupted by the curfew with this dusk till dawn. But it made sense and was reassuring that those are permitted events, right? And so they won't be impacted by the curfew because they already went through the process to say we're gathering and they're part of the event. So I'm comfortable with thinking through a city curfew from dusk till dawn, as well as looking at shopping carts as being banned, per the recommendation for the park rangers. The other thing that I wrestle with is the concept of the summer that's just in terms of youth violence. I think I want to figure out how to make sure that we get ahead of that in terms of public safety and health. And when it gets hotter, it just, you know, youth out there unsupervised, and that's something I heard when I campaigned last year around Pioneer Park, that there's a lot of youth that hang out in Pioneer Park, and there's a lot of issues that take place, and maybe they're youth or maybe not, but there's been some gun violence, and so I think having the curfew helps to address some of that. And I guess my last question is probably just for city attorneys, or Zeki, or whoever, is can we do a pilot and say, it's like a moratorium in some cases, to think about a curfew for a year, right? A full calendar year, starting when we can, right? And think about the dusk till dawn to see if that does dramatically have an impact on whether tickets, fines, or do we do a 2-year pilot? But I'd love to do a test study to see if there's something we want to keep for long term.
Yes, I think you could call it a pilot. I think, so legally, process-wise, you'd have to change the code.
Yeah,
right?
correct.
So you could have an ordinance that revises the curfew, and then in a year or 2 years, if you determine that it's not meeting the objectives that were intended, then you could always revise the code.
Okay.
But you would still have to go through the legal process of, you know, changing the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to share that through the process and many conversations, I feel comfortable with talking with the city attorney and the city staff to draft an ordinance that removes shopping carts as well as addresses the park curfew. But thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Well, if we're going to put a curfew on there, we need to remember that sometimes baseball games, and they last into the night, into overtime, and there needs to be special wording put in there to protect those people. And sometimes we have special events, parties, or you know, we need to also put wording in there to, when we have special permits, that they're allowed to go past the curfew. But that's all I have.
Music in the park, that always goes a little bit past dark, past dusk. What, can you do this by park, or does it need to be applicable to all parks?
Yes, you could do it by park. Also, I want to highlight, so currently under 7-1004, which is the closed areas parks curfew, it does have the exception, right? So except for government employees engaged in official business or when specifically authorized by the city, ... it's unlawful, right? So if you have a permitted baseball game that goes extra innings, late hours, then there's an exception built in already in the code. But to Mayor Pro Tem's question, yes, you could have different curfews for different parks. Again, that's not how the code is currently drafted. So we would have to, you know, figure out a way to clarify certain parks have different curfews, and I think we'd have to discuss with staff what the basis is of doing that.
Well, if the data or statistics were any indication, the bulk of the problem, as the residents in the South have noted many times, is in the South. So it certainly affects those parks the most at the moment. There are a lot of warnings given. I don't know that the warning deters behavior necessarily. I do believe, since I also have a homeless brother who was homeless, I know that having authorities around deters the homeless. They do not like hanging out with police officers. They're afraid they're going to wind up going to jail, so they will avoid the area. Is there a way to ramp up a security system and do that as a test for a while instead, to have more people at the parks, do an expenditure on the part of the city to have more people in the parks in the evening?
Absolutely. It's something that we've explored about what that might be and right now we use Front Range Patrol to provide additional resources outside of PD in our parks that are visited by and have frequented issues, as noted in the presentation earlier. When we have seen, and we've done an operational pilot to that effect, we have seen some improvements in turnover of individuals at the time of curfew, of moving along and not returning after there's been some presence. So we do think there is an uptick to that. We are exploring that, I think, in some greater details of what that eventual cost will be. But obviously, that's something as a tool that we already have within our tool shed outside of coming to you all for additional appropriation.
Yeah, that would be good. What about the deterrence of warnings? How have those been working? Does anyone know?
Are you asking about the verbal warnings that they give? From talking with our rangers, the verbal warnings typically are effective. You know, the rangers' aim is to educate people on what the park rules are and then to gain compliance. And so for most park users that might be violating a park rule, a verbal warning or just a conversation actually goes a long way. And then a verbal warning, and then typically a written warning is if it's, escalating a little further. And then the summons is for a more extreme scenario where it's a repeat offender, they know the rules, they continue to violate them, or they have a multitude of violations occurring at once.
Yeah. Because if we do the carts, then we have to be able to have a place to store their personal effects, which are very extraordinarily important. This is your last vestige of your life. I would rather expend money on more personnel in the parks as a pilot than to do a curfew and grocery carts. That's my opinion. Mayor Douglas?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I know it's getting late. Yes, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem with adding more when it comes to security and just the presence of somebody there or even a vehicle in the parking lot over at Adams 14 district building. Because last time, I think it was 2 weeks ago, they had a youth commission meeting. I was over there in the parking lot, and there was a band of people that had their carts, probably about, 12 to 15 people. And I know the weather was cold, so I do like what has been laid out for this policy. I appreciate Jeremy and all his efforts. It was great to go down to the church at 108 108 Church and actually see the facility, people coming to the community well-being the second Friday of this month of January. Wow, this month's going by really fast. And the people coming in, being very, very, very respectful to those who were there helping. We saw the medical contacts in the other room, and that's great as well, because people do need medical care if it's needed. And then the fact that other community well-being employees were there to assist and to interview folks and see what their needs are, and then providing housing for them, whether it's temporary or maybe even a permanent place. But we come a long ways. So with this being implemented, we're looking at maybe next month that this comes before City Council, City Attorney.
Yeah, so I was actually just chatting with the city clerk. I mean, I think this is gonna be, it would actually be two ordinances. I think you would be revising the shopping cart ordinance as well as the parks curfew ordinance. So you're addressing the two things that you've highlighted, but it's two different ordinances.
Okay.
You know, I'm not comfortable throwing out a timeline because frankly, it's a community development driven, I think, a community development and parks driven ordinance change. So I would need to work with them and understand what it is they need. As far as the crafting, it's not, you know, it's not like crafting an ethics code. This is much more straightforward. It's 2 or 3 provisions, so.
Okay. So basically right now, what we can do is continue to prevent people from having any encampments and then asking them, to leave or so until this can be enacted.
Yes, you could continue to use the enforcement tools that are currently effective in Chapter 7.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I unfortunately had my oldest sister. She ended up being she had a home and she lost it, so she ended up being homeless as well. And you can see the negative effects into the mental capacity people loses. Not a good thing. So I appreciate everybody's effort in making this happen, and we'll go on to the next step. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
I just wanted to follow up on 2. I'm fine with the shopping carts if it's given the warnings, if we can replace some type of thing that they can have. Sometimes it is literally their own personal shopping cart too that we donate. And 2, I kind of wanted to revisit what Councilmember Teeter said as well for language. I don't see kids applying for a permit if they just want to go do a game and it ends up going into the dark, and I don't want youth to have an issue. So some type of wording that's like if they were already there before curfew or something, that they're finishing whatever they were doing there, like the meetup. I think that would be helpful. I understand the permit, and I do understand that there are going to be people that will have designated areas, but I just want to account for when there's basketball games, when kids are just out there being kids at a park.
I think that would prove very difficult. And I think the reason why 7-1004 is drafted currently the way that it is there's at least some mechanism by which enforcement can say, okay, you're not supposed to be here. Are you a government employee engaged in official business, and what is it? Or are you specifically authorized by the city? I mean, the permit was an example, but those are 2 things where you would have to have some pretty clear indication as to why you're authorized or allowed to be in the park after hours. I think if we were to open that up to a broader exception of individuals that were there prior to the curfew can stay to finish whatever activity they're doing, then there's effectively no curfew, right? So
Can we specify if they're doing sports or something that?
I would suggest keeping it to the authorization by the city, in large part because that's going to help. I don't want to speak for code enforcement, but otherwise it's going to be a subjective determination every time that they go out there.
They could be doing it.
Right.
Can we streamline the process then for those kids or those that do want to have a permit? I just don't want people to not use our parks either.
I mean, yeah, we can always reevaluate what our permit processing is to ensure that it's the most efficient and effective for the community at Broad. So, I mean, obviously with any changes with respect to the curfew that will have a trickle-down effect, we'll want to take a look at that.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I just wanted to add one more thing. I got to meet some of the people who attended the second Friday lunch at 180 Church, and they are so grateful for our staff here at Community Wellbeing, and they feel like you've saved them and given them a second chance. And I just wanted to share that with you. Mr. Tolbert, thank you so much for all of your efforts in serving these members of our community. It is greatly appreciated, but I didn't want to share that with you, Sarah and Jeremy, specifically because they do feel like you have given them the second chance that they need to rebuild their lives. And that's, you need to know how much that means to these people. Really does. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. And I know this is a longer discussion, but it's so needed. I think we've heard so many conversations about this. And I kind of want to piggyback on Councilmember Chacon and kind of talk through that. I know the city of Austin, they give like little rollers after they're able to take the shopping carts, where they're able to give like cubic rollers as a part of it. I don't know if that'll be a big budget cost, but it's a replacement of something. I've seen it as an option. The other thing is, like, I think it's the city of Lakewood that actually does curfews at different parks. So depending on the size of the park, will depend on the curfew. And I hear the concerns about the youth. And then also I think about summer, the dusk is gonna be like 9 or 10, 11 o'clock, right? And that's still late enough? No, I mean, I don't know. I would love to find a compromise. 'Cause I hear you, and I hear you, Councilmember Teeter, about that, because we don't want to create a park that people feel harassed. And then I guess on that point, I would be less open to having just more security, because I wouldn't want more security in certain parks in the South to feel like that's the solution. And I don't know if that's long-term. I don't know if that could be long-term versus having an ordinance that talks about, removing parks or removing shopping carts, providing some type of support with community well-being like what already happens, and then everyone has to use that park. Because when I was down there, it was interesting around seeing, a mother with 3 children and also our unhoused community, and realizing both both coexist in a shared space in our city. And I would hate for either one to feel uncomfortable, where if it's more police presence, more folks. I mean, we hear about it at the King Soopers and Reunion around, checking receipts, right? And it's just it's a different presence that not everyone feels comfortable around. So I'll be open to thinking through if there is something we could give as collateral, and if we can move forward with banning the shopping carts, and then thinking about the curfew in a strategic way at different parks across the whole city.
I'd like to ask a question of Councilmember Dukes, and I thank you. I absolutely see your point about having more police presence in those parks. That especially at this point in time, this is not the time to have more police in the parks. However, how does giving a cart solve the problem of taking a cart?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. When I asked that question, and it was around the optics, the visualization of a shopping cart full up with multiple, and sometimes they're bungee together, where I think it's a lot of stuff in the park, right? And I see some head nods where versus having a smaller consolidated cart, they still have to think about what to do with the rest of their stuff, but it isn't taking everything that they have, but it's consolidating. So again, a usability for everyone can use the park and feel comfortable in the park. Because if you go down there at some point, you see like under the pavilion, you have 6 or 7 carts bundled with stuff, and they're bundled together, and no one can feel like they can sit there. So it's a compromise or a way to how to think about it.
I appreciate that. I don't think they're going to give up their stuff. I don't care how small you make it, they're not going to give up their stuff. All right, so I think the consensus is of the council that they would like to see curfew and cart ordinance, removal thing. Correct? Yeah. All righty. Then we'll move on now to, thank you so much. Thank you all. We'll move on to reports. City Manager Rogers is up first.
Thank you, ma'am. Wanted to bring something to your attention. Staff had an opportunity to meet with Oakwood Homes last week. They reached out to us. They will be coming to council next week, but this way you can prepare your thoughts around a new effort that they're calling What's Next Reunion. That is a public outreach campaign. The goal is to get input from the community members on how they would update the vision for reunion going forward. They've stated that the original plans are over 20 years old, and they're going to want to get the insights from residents on next steps, future plans for that master development. I thought it was important that you all get this heads up because they will come to you at the February 3rd meeting during public comment, use their 3 minutes to kind of go through very high level what this means. Now, obviously, since this is going to be an Oakwood aspect, we may, as from a staff perspective, have limited touch points or ability to kind of inform. So their timeline is going to be one that they plan on rolling out shortly after that February 3rd kind of discussion during public comment to the council, where they will have a website that will go live, and that at this time, we're not aware of any community forums that are planned, but I wouldn't be surprised that those would shortly start to, be calendared with the community after that discussion. But once again, just more or less, really wanted to kind of give you that heads up. From a public works kind of very quick discussion piece, we have CDOT hosting an open house on I-270 improvements this Wednesday at Eagle Point from 5 to 8. This is obviously to address safety concerns, traffic congestion along the I-270 corridor, plus going back over potential proposed improvements with adding travel lanes, interchange and exit, entrance and exit ramps, as well as rebuilding outdated bridges. That's once again Wednesday, January 29th from 5 to 8. A couple of quick park updates. Kalu Park, concrete flat work is about 90% done. Park is still estimated to open late spring, early summer. So we're starting to work on grand opening timelines that we can bring back and share with the council. Second Creek Park, we're anticipating construction RFP to go out Q1 of 2025. There were some revisions and finalizing just some water tap fees that we need to move forward. Paradise Island, construction is still on schedule. We were able to kind of get through the cold winter, a couple months in snowy weather unscathed, but we're seeing progress go well there. You saw a video on the splash pad, so I won't touch on that. And then Bison Grill, we're still in the process of hiring a consultant to do the revenue analysis for the restaurant. Still on track to have that discussion before you all April of this year. PD is going to be holding its first women's self-defense class ever. That will be at Eagle Point, and interested individuals should reach out to our PIO in the PD department. And excitedly, we're in the process of selecting 2 officers as well as a sergeant who will ultimately supervise what will be our new K-9 and crime prevention unit. So that brings my update to a conclusion.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzeki.
I'll be very quick, and I'll bring this up on the 3rd at our council meeting, but I've been meeting with community development. We're prepared to start offering land use trainings for the body, and we need some feedback from you all as to how we would do that. One of the thoughts was to do it in a 2x2 form, similar to some of the conversations we've had about other land use cases, just generally review process, et cetera. So please be thinking about what you would prefer. The alternative is to get that before the entire body in a study session or on a council agenda or something else. We can be available to council's desire, but we are prepared and we're hearing you that you would like to have training. So we're available to do that as soon as mid-February. We just need some direction on sort of format. The two other items, I attended the EPAC meeting on the 16th of January, wherein they talked about process. I think it was a very valuable conversation for them to understand what their roles, functions, responsibilities are. Also helpful for them to understand what city staff's role is, which is basically clerical. They cannot direct city staff to go take action and vice versa. And then finally, I want to highlight that our very own Jackie Banks, who's been with the city for 19 years in the city attorney's office, is retiring this Friday. She, in her true form, does not want to be the limelight of attention and has asked for us to not make it a big to-do, but I did want to announce that to this body. So if you do want to reach out to her, please thank her for her 19 years of public service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have questions for either the city manager or the city attorney? Nope. Okay, how about reports? Any reports? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to report that I was able to attend the Local Legends event by the Commerce City Historical Society last weekend in the cold. It was pretty cold, but just a shout out to Deborah Bullock as well as Mayor Douglas and Councilmember Douglas to be they're part of the original founding members of that. It's a great event. It's a great society. It's humbling to see the number of local legends that have, graced Commerce City over the last 40, 50 years. And I think sometimes we don't see that when we come to council. And we don't see that because they don't show up here necessarily in public comment or anything. They just keep doing the work. But it's great to pause and recognize the number of folks that just love the city, love what the city's about, love raising their kids in the city, and then also learning all the little tidbits and facts about things that predate me, but seeing the city and seeing the joy. It's such a great event, such a great historical society. So that's what I want to share about.
Councilmember Kim, I saw your hand up. Did you change your mind?
I changed my mind. There was really nothing to report.
All righty. Anyone else?
Mayor Douglas.
Oh, your hand is hidden by the record button and live and all that kind of stuff in the corner. There you are. All right, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We didn't have a meeting on Monday, but I did attend a CML policy meeting January 15th, Friday, and very good discussion about policy. I'm trying to get them to get a list together of what they're bringing forward, so that information can be put before city council, so you know what's on the radar. Because with CML, we're making sure that the city's on track. And then I'm also on the DRCOG board, and we have legislative policies as well. But those are actually action items that can benefit the city. And so I will be asking the city council next week to allow me to vote on those items, because they are 99% of the time a very good thing to support, because they help your city transportation wise, grants, or any kind of legislative that's going to make it much easier for us in our cities to actually participate, whether if it's a study or a grant, or improving our transportation corridors. And then last week, through Metro Mayor's Caucus, they had an event over at the stock show. Mayor Johnson invited all the mayors out over to the event. And so we had dinner, and then we went over to the rodeo. And then next day on Thursday was the Mayor Summit at CML. They were very instrumental on that. It was all day from 8 to 4. I did like the atmosphere, and in fact, that just going over some of the policy and highlighting things that other cities have seen that works well for them. And I shared a lot of our stories, and our past legal city attorney, Robert Sheasley, was there, and he gave some highlights and some of the big wins in Commerce City as far as policies that the city has adopted that we can help other cities out. So I thought that was really nice. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for chairing tonight's meeting. It's 1 o'clock in the morning out here where I'm at. So I appreciate everybody doing what they're doing. So thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I'll make this quick. Attended the Cultural Council meeting on Tuesday night, and I just want to give a shout out to all the members of the Cultural Council. Passion and enthusiasm is very much appreciated. There were so many great ideas that were shared that night, and just for your contribution to the success of the Cultural Council and the impacts that we have on our community. I also attended a public housing webinar, which I was invited to by Adams 14 Board of Education President Renee Lobato. It was a national webinar, and it was very, very informative. And then I also attended a EPA grant writing webinar, and that was also very informative. And I think that participating in their sessions is going to be very beneficial for us. And then on Saturday, I got to interview some great candidates for boards and commissions, and we just keep attracting the best and brightest of Commerce City. And I wanted to thank all the people who interviewed, and I'd like to thank my fellow council members for joining me and putting in their time on Saturday in making the interviews a great success. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'll throw in one more. We had an evaluation committee meeting, the first, and probably are narrowing it down to the ICMA templates to help us make correct evaluations. But of course, all of that will be coming forward to the city council in order to make their decision on it. And we will be having another meeting of the evaluation committee this week. So thank you all. And that concludes the study session. Good night.